James Stewart is a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. It's A Wonderful Life, 12:30 p.m. Sunday on Channel 5.
This is Petland Discounts. We have a complete selection of pet products at low discount prices. We have hundreds of dog toys and bones to choose from, and one of the largest selections of aquarium supplies, and a large variety of bird and small animal supplies.
Save 50% on this Marineland Power Filter, only $12.99. Petland Discounts, now 21 convenient locations.
It's Crazy Eddie's greatest Christmas sale ever, and Crazy Eddie's going Atari crazy with the absolute lowest prices anywhere on the Atari video computer system, the new Atari Super Game console, and all the latest and greatest Atari cartridges. Shop around, get the best prices you can find on Atari, then go to Crazy Eddie and he'll beat them. It's Crazy Eddie's greatest Christmas sale ever, and Crazy Eddie's going Atari crazy. Now's the time to get the Atari game and game cartridges you've always wanted. Crazy Eddie, his Christmas sale prices are insane.
Hello, I'm Joe DeCandia, the owner of Lenny's Columbine Restaurant. I would like to welcome you to Lenny's. We serve you the finest Italian seafood like calamari, baked clams, lobster tail served with the shrimps, mussels, and linguine. Our delicious pasta dishes are a mouth-watering treat, and an Italian specialty are unforgettable. Visit one of Lenny's nearest you and enjoy a glass of wine in the house.
Reduced traction on wet roads can cause loss of driver control. Your control of a car is dependent on only 4 contact areas with the road, each about the size of a man's hand. For maximum control on wet roads, the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety says, drive on tires that have deep, wide tread grooves that allow the water to escape. Use maximum recommended tire pressure so that grooves stay open. And reduce your speed for better traction and control.
Join in a touching song of love in Lily, 3:15 p.m. Sunday here on Channel 5.
Crossing the street at a busy intersection can be a somewhat frightening experience. When it's time to walk, some pedestrians may be a bit overcautious. Delay their crossing, and then they may move a little slower than other pedestrians. On the other hand, you want to get moving as quickly as possible when the light turns green for you. Before you step on that gas, take a good look at the crosswalk. Pedestrians may be completing their crossing. At an intersection, a crosswalk check is one check that can really pay off. A public service message from the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
If you've ever wished you were handy with tools, keep watching. I'll be back to add a bonus to the offer you're about to see.
You mowed down those pins like you never did before. Then your final shot knocks down a whole lot more. Well, the know-how you can count on is right on your shelf. Don't pay some guy to help you out. Do the job yourself. You can do it easy. It sure does pay. With Time Life Books, you've got it made. Whatever the problem, Time Life Books Home Repair and Improvement gives you the skill to solve it. They say that outdoor living is quite the thing to do, but from where you're sitting, it's not much fun for you. You need a brand new deck. Good thing it's in the book. You see just how to make it look the way it ought to look. You can do it easy. It sure does pay. With Time Life Books, you've got it made. You'll start getting results with your first book, Kitchens and Bathrooms. Just the thing if you've got changes in mind. If you keep it, pay just $9.95 plus shipping and handling. Then about every other month, you get another book. Same low price. They pay for themselves with a few little jobs. Keep only those you want. Cancel anytime. So if the bathroom needs redoing and the plumbing's out of whack, it's no big deal to do it when you've got the knack. With Time Life Books, you'll handle big jobs too and have the house you always wanted when you're through. Call now and you'll get this tool guide free when you buy your first book. Yeah, you can do it easy, sure does pay. With Time Life Books, you've got it made.
Hi.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just, like, soccer moms and shit. Like, that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of she was more of the prissy girl that likes going.
That is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys.
good morning, good morning, good morning. Clever, really, bro? Can you not dig a hole into the fucking studio floor, guy? That would be fantastic if you didn't do it. Hi, guys. Sorry. Like, as soon as I'm hearing, I'm like, dude, homie, yes, I love you. Oh my goodness. Is it too early? It's never too early, bro. It's never too early. What do you think? Is it too early, Cuck Church?
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Little Irish girl, thank you. I don't hashtag don't think it can't happen to you. We are Karen Reed, Justice for John O'Keefe. Totally agree. Totally agree. Thank you, little Irish girl. I appreciate you. Good morning to everyone. Hope everybody's doing well. I expect good things. They're going to wrap up. I think Julie Albert is going to continue to take the stand, and cross-examination is not quite done with her yet, which I'm glad. I feel like she's got some splaining to do. And we also, hold on. Got Cherry yelling at me. Yep, thank you. Okay. See, that's nice. Yeah, it's I got it. Thank you. Julie Albert is expected to finish up her cross-examination. And I don't know if it's going to be Jen McCabe next or Brian Albert next. But I know that it looks like Turtle Boy got into the courthouse for the first time. It's only the end of week 2. And I think that he absolutely should have been in that courthouse, and not due to any lack of effort on his part, but he should have been in that courtroom from the beginning. We're all here because of the information that his hard work has provided us with. I mean, there's no denying that. Again, like Turtle Boy or dislike him, we're all here because of the fact that and we all know Karen Reed to be innocent because of the stuff that Turtle Boy has uncovered, because of the things that the defense is independent investigations have uncovered, what the federal independent investigations have uncovered. So, but yeah. And yeah, I was watching Tom as I was just waking up, and I saw Grant having a meltdown again. I think he's really, really upset. I think he's really and Grant couldn't get in. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a bummer for Grant. Bummer, dude. Hey, maybe don't be a dick. I mean, it's yeah. Yeah, and so let me get this out of the way. I'm wearing Glare Drip. It's available. If you want to buy it, cool. I'm just telling you guys about it so Cherry will stop yelling at me about that and then just yell at me about something else like the audio, but I fixed that. So now we'll just find something else for her to yell at me about. Do I sound happy now? Yeah. Buy Glare merch. Yeah. Buy a shirt or whatever the fuck else is on that. I don't know. Mugs. We got mugs. We got stuff. Yeah. I forget what's on there. I don't care. Buy it. Don't buy it. I don't give a shit. Anyway, let's see where we're at as far as the oh, there we got
Karen's biggest fan right there. Dina, thank you for the Venmo. Listening from the beach in Florida. Right on. Awesome. Dina says hi to everybody from the beach in Florida. She's listening. She sent me a Venmo. Thank you, Dina. So yeah, just waiting on court to begin. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, why is this not working now? Buzzing for Truth. Good morning, Blair. Good morning, Buzzing for Truth. Thank you so much. Don't worry, guys. I'll wake up soon. I listen, I don't like to complain. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this very, very minimum. But yeah, so I'm just don't worry, I'll be my lively usual self just a few minutes. I've got coffee, but the problem is that like I'm really low on creamer. So I had to I realized that I didn't go to the store yesterday for it, and so I had to order coffee creamer through DoorDash, which is kind of annoying, because it's just something I could just go to the store for, and I just didn't go to the store. Yeah. So I need more coffee creamer. So I had to use this powder shit, which sucks. I don't like that. Wait. Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Camvet 1, thank you. Thank you for your coverage. Where's the fucking belt? I don't know, man. I agree. Where is the fucking belt? It's a great question. Shut up, Cherry. So, oh my God, Jill. I mean, until it starts, man.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Jill, dad mom. Thank you. I appreciate you. Liz Reed. See, Liz Reed has to get one too.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad.
How am I not supposed to give Karen's family the super cuck dance? Liz Reed, thank you so much. Your support is felt by all of us. Good, man. That means the world to me that you guys are feeling that, man, because it is genuine. We all here support you very, very much. We don't like to see those who've followed this channel for a long time. No, I don't like dirty shit, man. I don't like dirty shit. I just don't. I don't even know how else to put that. I don't know why I'm just so lazy with my words today, but I'm just like, I don't like dirty shit. I don't know how else to put it. There's no more simpler way to put it. I just don't like dirty shit. And this case is just full of a bunch of dirty shit. It's gross and it makes me mad. Here we go.
Thank you. You can see the closed session.
Oh, thank you so much, Elaine.
Versus Karen Reed. Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, did counsel want to see me at sidebar?
I had asked, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, KC. So proud to be part of this movement. Karen Reed is factually innocent, and Officer John O'Keefe deserves justice. I agree. Thank you, KC. And let me read the one from earlier because I couldn't because Bev was talking. Hope this covers your coffee creamer for the DoorDash. Thanks for the coverage, and it's so appreciated. It absolutely does. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Elaine. Sidebar. Yeah, so no Grant, huh? That's weird. That's kind of poetic justice there. After seeing Grant have that meltdown on Turtle Boy's channel, and then this young lady who is sitting behind Karen's father here. Okay, I found this on the web for Hey Sitting. And she sorry, my SIRI came up. It's so annoying that it does that. She was at the sentencing yesterday for Adam Montgomery. That dude's never getting out, and I'm really glad to hear that. That guy's just a proper piece of shit. He never deserves to see the light of day again. And whatever happens to him in prison, man, so fucking be it. So be it. Seriously. Oh, Grant is in there. Okay. But it's good that Turtle Boy's in there. He's definitely earned the right to be in there. And it's interesting because it's like he can be in there, but you can't even mention him in the trial. Fascinating. I've never seen anything like this. This is so weird. This is the craziest fucking case I've ever seen. But I think today's going to be a good day, folks. Yeah, I mean, I'm not naive in the sense that, like, I understand that there's corruption everywhere, but how often do you actually get to see it unravel? Like, what is it about this case that made everyone so fucking sloppy about it? That's what's blowing my mind. Is I remember talking to Turtle Boy about this and being like, it seems like they're not even trying to make an effort to look like a legitimate frame up. It's so crazy. This stuff is so easy to show inconsistencies in. It's like they're not even trying to actually get Karen Reed convicted. And again, that's when Turtle Boy was like, well, they're going for the Casey Anthony effect, where they don't expect her to be convicted, but if she's convicted in the court of public opinion, then it'll look like, well, she got away with it. The guilty person got away with it, and they're not going to be looking at the people who are actually responsible, which are the people that are inside 34 Fairview Road. As far as I'm concerned, until somebody comes forward, if you just even know something, you're as bad as the killer, in my opinion. You're as bad as the person who put their hands on John O'Keefe that night. Callie Sandy RN, California loves you. How did Grant get back in? Well, I love California too. Thank you. I don't know, man. I don't know. He probably just threw a fucking shit fit, and then they were like, all right, fine, man, just shut up. Like, that was what was happening. It was really bizarre. Like, Tom was talking to this dude that was sitting there. I guess he was holding the place for Turtle Boy, maybe. and Grant was just going nuts, going off on Turtle Boy, and I just felt bad for that, or going nuts on Tom, and I felt bad for the guy just sitting there, like the look on his face was just like, I don't even know what to do here. Um, you know, and to the point to where he even just kind of like hinted for Tom to just like, if you go away, maybe he'll shut up. you know, uh, I felt bad for Tom because Tom could have just gotten some decent footage of some of the people and talked to them, you know. And just Grant is just like a fucking like a little kid with Asperger's, man. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know. Like they're saying that there's word that Gretchen Voss is being used by the Commonwealth. I definitely think Coffendorfer was, but now at this point, I think that they're just like, fuck Coffendorfer. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say anymore. Because they don't. Nobody cares what Coffendorfer has to say. Nobody does. Like, have you seen her channel? She gets like no views. Nobody gives a shit what she has to say. Like, it's like this person. I watched. I was listening to Tom's stream, and Tom was playing Nick Rocco's so-called debate with some person who thought that Karen Reed was guilty on a radio station, on a local Boston radio station there. And this lady was the DJ introduced her as someone who said, okay, well, I respect everyone's opinions. And you're right to an opinion. And I asked this woman why she thought Karen Reed was guilty, and she said, well, because she has guilty face. Jen, thank you so much. Tom is streaming you while they have breakfast. Right on. Right on. Hey everybody. It's good to see you guys. Thank you, Jen. Yeah. So yeah, because Karen has guilty face, is what she said. So like, how do you even have a conversation with somebody like that? Like, as soon as I hear that, if I'm Nick, I'm like, how do I even have a conversation with somebody like that? How do I even expect them to comprehend anything that I'm going to bring to the table in regards to my knowledge on this case? How can I even begin to even expect them to even try to understand? I mean, that's about like easily the most retarded justification for thinking that Gary Reed is guilty. Nobody does that. Nobody with any common sense does that. Stupid people will go, dude, that's stupid. You know what I mean? Like stupid people will look at somebody saying that and be like, what? That's stupid. Don't do that. You know? It's just so ridiculous, man. What the fuck now? What is happening right now? Guilty face. Fucking said that shit out loud. No, and then the lady, like, it was crazy. I wish I had like a clip of it because the lady was like, she flips out on. She's in line at Dunkin' Donuts. She calls into the radio station. She's in line at Dunkin' Donuts and she yells at the Dunkin' barista saying that, and I know Dunkin' doesn't have baristas. It's just the first word that came to mind. Um, and is like, I ordered chocolate swirl, like screamed, I ordered chocolate swirl. I was like, oh my God. I was like, Nick's about to have a conversation with this person. This is crazy. And then sure enough, she's like, you know how I know? This is what killed me. She goes, you know how I know Karen Reed's guilty is because she had a glass. and there was glass found where John was found. That's what she said. She said that shit out loud on the radio in front of the whole world, and the Dunkin' Donuts lady that she just yelled at. That's who she said it in front of. Everybody. Fucking everybody. Carrie Reed is guilty because of the glass. She had a glass. And you know, that's a scary thought. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, nobody's that stupid. And then sure enough, I hear somebody calling into a radio station and they're that stupid. Because here's the thing. This is a scary thought, is that's what the prosecution is hoping is what the jury consists of. Stupid people like that. And I hope to God there isn't. And I don't think you're good. You can't find 12 people, 16 people. You can't find that many people that are that stupid collectively, like in one spot. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't happen. Not that stupid. Like you could find like 16 stupid people. You know what I mean? But not, you know, this.
You are unmuted.
Like that. The glass. And she said all this other stuff that the crazy people are talking about us.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth from this good court. Thank you, may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I appreciate you all being here, ready, willing, and able to start. We got an awfully lot done in about 5 or 7 minutes over here at Sidebar, so we made you wait, but in the long run, it's speed things.
Thank you, Nicole O'Toole.
So we appreciate your patience. Those same 3 questions, have you all been able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you all able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. One thing I did want to say to you folks is, if you can't hear a witness or a lawyer, or you can't see something, I don't know that unless you raise your hand. So if you raise
Thank you,
your hand,
Nutbag
the court
Queen.
officers don't have the
Appreciate
power
you.
to say to the witness, please answer that again and speak louder, but I do. So if you raise your hand, court officer will come over and let me know, and we can make sure that happens. All right, so I remind counsel to keep their voices up, and you've been doing a great job of moving out of the way of the jurors toward the end there, so please continue to do so. All right, is Ms. Albert here? Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Great.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, keep your voice up, please, Ms. Albert,
I will.
okay? All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Boo! You suck! Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely.
Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
I was what? Sitting right
Telling the
there?
jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Liar. She's already a liar to the jury.
Not daily. Not daily. Not.
Them?
Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Yeah, he's just fucking with her now.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many? 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
Wow.
No, but I'm not. That wasn't every day.
You would assume? What were you going to say?
Left the stand yesterday. Did you log into your account or check any gold bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions? Yesterday?
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay.
And the jury doesn't believe you.
Seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
What?
Did the
Dude.
subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come
Okay.
up in any of those 3
Leading.
calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can
It-
you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words now.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki. Bukaki.
He called him Bukaki.
Michael Proctor.
Holy shit, that didn't just fucking happen.
Objection.
You and your husband.
Oh my God, Turtle Boy must be fucking shitting a brick right now and laughing is trying hard not to laugh his ass off in the fucking car. I can't right now.
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Take place within your home.
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct?
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
Let me have a moment.
Okay.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you
Oh
did?
my
Good.
God.
Okay.
Somebody
Yeah,
sent
those
somebody.
are-
I
This is the same document. I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it that you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention to. You could look at those 2 phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach. Did that refresh your memory about those 2 phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testified here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday, that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends, no. She's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends, no. She's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister
My
Jill,
sister Jillian, yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Dude,
Correct.
this lady is fucking.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as
She's
John O'Reilly's
dying up there,
girlfriend,
man.
correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canton, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can move
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, you know, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family type activities with the kids outside?
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about 1.5 years or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her And John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were
Wow.
you were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time that, I mean, she was there a lot. Yes. She was, so yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I know. Thanope is because she looks like Thanos. But you know, nope. Yeah, I know. It's not. Yeah. Okay. It stays because fuck you all.
Correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And he went on, correct?
He said, "What's up?" and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party. Correct?
yes.
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
Correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes.
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
Not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes.
God,
Now,
man.
when you got home, your
If
son
I was
Colin
Chris
not
Albert
there,
and I was
correct?
married to her,
Correct.
I'd be an
He was not
asshole
out with you
too,
at the
man.
waterfall.
Correct.
He was out that night, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
Correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep. Around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes.
Okay. But Colin was not.
He was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45.
Fair.
Correct.
And
Gee, I
he
wonder
was
why,
home,
Cherry.
He still wasn't home, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's what time I believe he did. Yes.
Okay. That 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
Ooh.
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time at 12:10 a.m.?
No.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the waterfall Gully video. I think it's Exhibit 53, just that portion. 12.
It's so annoying that they run those drills. I mean, it's nice, you know. I'd feel safe, but it's every day. Yeah, because like at this point, yeah, she's clearly lying. Like, I mean,
I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again.
so Yanetti's about to bring up some receipts. And she was asked if she had spoken to anybody about agreeing on the time.
I believe you've testified that the waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery.
Yes.
If I may just have a moment. If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you can pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the time? Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, if you could run that, Mr. Bates.
I mean, this lady always has a headache and she's always in a bad mood. You could tell, like, it's got to suck being married to her, dude. Not that I'm like making excuses for Chris Albert, but just, I mean, like, homies in the chat, like, you guys know, man. Like, that lady sucks.
Yes.
And the timestamp up at the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next, 6 seconds or so. Right. Stop. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. If you can run that. Stop. Okay.
The man self-loathing,
That your husband left
hating
the
life.
call at about 12:13 and 46 seconds.
Well, yes. I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? 2?
You know what? You're right. 12:14.
Yeah, I know, Michelle. I'm just saying,
Yes,
though.
that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he didn't have a car that night.
He did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, And by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the. I don't know.
See,
So
she's
your testimony,
nicer
you don't
to
know
the
if it would
Alberts.
take you
Bev
a little
is.
bit longer, or anybody.
Anybody, everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at,
Mhm.
Given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate because
It
of the
could
weather?
have.
Okay.
I
But
don't
in
know.
any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room.
Bedroom?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband?
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long?
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up.
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you. And you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get better.
For it to kick in?
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now,
He's just fucking with her. It's so funny.
you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you were testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 12:10 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, Yadetti's totally setting her up right now.
Directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from.
And he's killing time because Jax
your
is looking
best
for
friend,
something.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
I just don't remember them.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law Brian and your sister-in-law Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene?
Just another
No.
day.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of tail light strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of tail light, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes.
Wow.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the
Proctor's
door,
case
correct?
is
I
fucked.
approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's.
Brian?
In the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home. Yes.
All right, so can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Wow. Thank you, Loretta, for the PayPal. Appreciate it.
Could we zoom in just a little bit? That's good. I am so bad at this stuff. Jeez. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes.
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places.
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door.
The netty, dude.
You know, been familiar with that house for a long time. You've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes. In other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement, is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door. You
Fucking
step to the
library.
right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right. But the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay,
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you,
yeah,
and to the left is the library.
right.
If you
And
go to
and
the
then-
right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight, and as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement.
This
correct?
family had access to a library in their house.
We can have the lights on.
Like they could have been reading this whole time. Really?
And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
See, she's
And
the best one to get to
seven
slip
of
something.
you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll let, if this witness knows.
Yeah, I
independently.
mean, right.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the seven of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
Say
I
it.
don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. the
Boom.
discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
No. Why sustain that? If she saw it, she saw it.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police
Yes.
about my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with the state police this year.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
April Fools.
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that, I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume, I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is it
They just
sustained?
looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No.
She was not slurring her words.
No.
She was not talking gibberish.
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Everyone appeared to be having a good time that night, correct?
Yes.
And that included John and Karen, from what you could see, correct?
For the 10 minutes, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Okay. Now, after you left the waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Here we go.
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Friday.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there that night, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
Wow. I mean, that's the best chance she can do to not look like a liar, but she's failing.
Just briefly on.
Morning, Ms. Howard.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Mr. Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting
What
with
was his
some other
name?
troopers.
What was his name? Say his name.
Correct.
Fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked at my phone. Yes.
His
They
name
asked for
again.
your phone, you provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk
What?
faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster. Me personally.
Are you
When
fucking
went
kidding with
over
this?
To your in-laws' house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point.
No, no.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay. Guys, feel free to stand up.
Dude. Dude, I can't believe she said bukkake, bro. She was about to say it, and I was like, and then she said it. Bukkake? Shit's gonna get clipped and blasted all over fucking Twitter, Facebook, everywhere. Jesus, lady. Oh my God. Chris, why is he so mad at me? Why is that guy so mad at me? Well, honey, if I could call them fucking bukkake all over the fucking news, all over the fucking internet, honey, you call them fucking bukkake. Of course he's mad. Holy shit, man. That's what that fucking turtle douche fucking does. And now you fucking call them fucking bukkake. You just fucking solidified it all over the fucking internet. Holy shit, man. Oh, God. And it's fucked up that that's what I took away from that. I mean, not really. I mean, so the excuse apparently for misjudging the time is that she walks faster in the cold. Fantastic. Yeah, great. Dude, the jury saw that she was a liar. From the moment that the cross started, she was like, I don't remember what I said yesterday. The fuck you mean you don't remember what you said yesterday? Like, the fact that the jury doesn't believe right then that she doesn't remember what she said yesterday. Now they don't believe now they don't believe her when she says that she doesn't remember what happened a year or 2 years ago. So, I mean, so the whole time she was sitting up there, the jury just looked at her like she's a liar. And the defense is doing a great job of building a narrative, because at this point, if you've never heard of this case and you've been watching this trial, you are sitting at the edge of your seat going, where is the defense going? That's exactly what the jury is doing right now. The jury right now is sitting there going, where is this defense going? I am invested.
Thank you.
All right, so, but let's let the jurors go first, because we're doing something that may take a little while, so we got you coffee and bagels. So it'll be a little bit longer.
Oh, that's nice.
Rise to the jury.
Thank you so much, Ginger Freckles. Appreciate you.
Notebooks and leave them on the chair, please.
Yes, that shit is funny.
Jury coming out there.
Guilty face, folks. That's what that lady on the radio said. She has guilty face.
You can step
Okay.
down, you can just fall. You can just fall.
Stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. I can't believe Julie Albert fucking called Buchanan bukkake. That shit is that's never gonna get old. That shit's never gonna get old. I mean, yeah, hold on. Let's see. Let's see if there's any tweeting from inside the courtroom. Hold on. Oh shit, Olivia clipped it. Olivia clipped it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Look, Olivia clipped it. Oh, dear Jesus. What did Julie Albert just call Trooper Buchanan on the witness stand?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukkake.
She said it twice.
Who was present for that interview?
Oh my God! It's the
Me,
first thing
my
that came up on
husband,
Twitter. It was
Trooper
literally the
Proctor,
first thing.
and Trooper Bukaki.
Bro.
Bukaki.
It's kill. It's literally the first thing on my feed, bro. Look at that. It's
Me,
literally the
my
first thing on my
husband,
feed.
Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki. Bukaki.
Oh my God, lady. All right, let me keep looking here. Hold on. That is too much, dude. That's fucking too much. Let me see what Turtle Boy tweeted, if he did at all. All right, so yeah, that's what I think. So Turtle Boy put up a poll saying, did Julie Albert say Bukaki on the stand because I'm in the room? I voted yes. I mean, I doubt that's a coincidence. I doubt that's a coincidence. Oh my God, that was so good. Yeah, so 83% think yes. Yeah, what I say, like everyone is gonna be talking about that. She fucking called him Bukaki, bro. Wow. So there's Grant and there's Turtle Boy. It's good they didn't sit him right next to each other. Grant's standing up so he's stuffing it's like he might be stuffing a paper towel up his bleeding anus. I mean, it's fascinating because I wonder if any of the other people besides Grant are actually going to write about Turtle Boy being in the room. Like the camera's focused on him right now. This is Boston 10 that we're watching, and they're following Aiden around the courtroom to see. And so I don't know what he's doing, but I would imagine he's doing his job. It's investigating and trying to get information. So, but I think it's interesting because there's going to be, he's sitting along all these other journalists and he's part of the story. So I wonder if they're going to actually write about what it's what it's like to be sitting in the courtroom next to a fellow journalist who is a big part of this case, as well as the fact that they're not allowed to even talk about him in the trial, regardless of the fact that he is responsible for finding a lot of the shit that went down, finding out a lot of the shit that went down to get us all here. I mean, again, you cannot tell the Karen Reed story without, at least not properly, without telling the Turtle Boy story. If you believe, and I mean, if I hadn't watched it in real time, I'd have doubts. You know, I'd have doubts. I mean, I would still have the same opinion, I think, but I would probably have some reservation about it. But I watched it in real time, and he got absolutely railroaded. I mean, we went over, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Bradle's there. Bradle should be there. That'd be great if Bradle's there. If Turtle Boy's attorney is there, while Turtle Boy just does his job, that's great. Yeah, so okay. So Bradle is there, which is awesome. Nobody's fucking with Turtle Boy today. Nobody's fucking with him. That's fantastic. Yeah, this is such a bizarre situation. Like he's sitting up there in the gallery like section for journalists and this dude has been charged with witness intimidation. They revoked his bail. He did 2 months in jail. I mean, and it's all just to like shut him up about so much of the shit that's being revealed on the stand like right now, which is fucking surreal. It's bizarre. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen because that's his last hearing that took place. He was, I mean, they told him he could attend the trial. Period. There was no stipulation of anybody who claimed to be witnesses. Those people are on that list. Chris Albert is on that list. Julie Albert is on that list of victims of Turtle Boy. And they're in the very same room. So, I mean, no, they're not going to throw him out. That's why Bradle's there. That's why Bradle's there. What are they going to? I mean, they're going to fucking violate his rights right in front of his lawyer. That's the stupidest thing you can fucking do. They're going to violate Turtle Boy's rights right in front of his lawyer? No way. No way. Not with the whole world watching. Not with the whole world watching. I'm not saying that's why Bradle is there. I'm not saying that's why he's there. I'm saying that they know it's his lawyer. They're not going to fucking violate Turtle Boy's rights with his lawyer standing right there in front of the entire world. Like, everyone's watching this. Court TV, News Nation, all the local news stations in Boston are streaming this. People, I'm not saying that that's why Bradle is there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he is there and he's Turtle Boy's attorney, and you guys are talking about kicking him out. They're not going to kick him out with his lawyer standing right there. I mean, right. Right. I'm sure Grant is tweeting that he wants him out. Like, we just saw Turtle Boy sitting 2 seats away, 2 people buffered between Grant and Turtle Boy. So Grant is having a fucking meltdown about Turtle Boy being in the courtroom, and yeah, so that's what I'm getting here is that Grant is having a shit fit about Turtle Boy. Now, if I listened real carefully, I could kind of hear what's being said because it's not fully muted. The subtitles are picking some of it up. But it has nothing to do with Turtle Boy. It's these guys are talking about exhibits. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not taking a goddamn thing that's why I haven't even gone back to Twitter. I'm not gonna sit there and look at Grant's tweets and take his word for anything. Like, have you guys not learned anything yet? I'm not taking Grant's word for anything. I'll wait till Turtle Boy. I'll wait to see what happens, and then if Turtle Boy tweets something, then I'll read it. But if I know somebody is unreliable for accurate information, I'm not going to go to them for that information, for the information that I'm waiting for. Yeah, there's nothing being said right now that's even. All right. So Turtle Boy said on a brief break, and my attorney Tim Bradle is speaking with Judge Cannoni. Lots of people asking why, but he is here on a completely unrelated matter. As far as I know, he told me he has a client with a scheduled hearing in front of Cannoni today. No clue what they are talking about. Right. I mean, I don't understand you people having a shit fit in my fucking chat. Like, it's not that serious. They're not going to kick Turtle Boy out, and they're not going to do it with his lawyer being right there or even in the building, even for a different reason. Like, so I wonder what. So, does anybody know how long this break is going to be? $15 minutes. Okay. I mean, she did say that she got coffee and bagels for everybody or some shit. So, man, I wish we had more time though. I don't know what to do with this time because there's something that I want to go over. Which I guess I'll wait till lunch to do it, but there's definitely something that I want to go over. We had a full day yesterday. I was live twice. I'm not saying court had a full day, it was a half day, but we had a full day on the channel. Just play Bukaki on repeat. That is just so funny. Like, because I mean, that's what happens is people's minds start to wander and then they say shit out loud somewhere, and then you're like, well, nobody, how do you know that even happened? Like, sure, I could see somebody saying, oh, well, she said Bukaki. She said Bukaki because Turtle Boy was inside the courtroom. Oh my God. Somebody saw Turtle Boy's tweet and his poll that he put up. Oh my God. Now they're trying to kick Turtle Boy out. Oh my God. Grant's freaking out about Turtle Boy being in the courtroom. Like, and then they post the shit. Like, relax and just wait. Just wait. All right. Let's see. All right, folks. Let's check Ted Daniel then. I just spoke with Aiden Carney's attorney, Tim Bradle. He says he's here because the prosecution has requested that Aiden Carney be removed from the courtroom. The twists and turns never end. So the prosecution is actually trying to have Aiden removed from the courtroom. Nikki C, thank you so much. Later, please slow mo the bukkake. I don't think I can from Twitter. I think I can only do it with YouTube videos. Okay, so all right. So we're getting two conflicting stories. So Turtle Boy says that Bradle is there for a completely different reason, and now Ted Daniel is saying that he spoke to Bradle, and Bradle is telling him, and I trust Ted Daniel as well. And Ted Daniel saying that Bradle told him that the prosecution's trying to get Turtle Boy removed from the courtroom. But I mean, the cool thing is that Bradle is there. And here I was underestimating the Commonwealth of Massachusetts yet again, because I'm always going, well, they wouldn't just do that. That's too goddamn brazen. I didn't think they would actually have the balls to file a motion to try to give a buffer zone for protesters. Well, I mean, it might happen, but the thing is the only difference in this dynamic is the point that I've made before, is Bradle is there in real time, in person, as this is happening. So anything that can be done is going to be done on Turtle Boy's behalf. Make no mistake about that. Anything that absolutely can be done to keep Turtle Boy in that courtroom is going to happen. But it is Beverly Cannoni's courtroom. It is absolutely her courtroom. So she can decide, I don't want him in here. Fuck it. You know, it's causing a disruption. And, you know, because now I wonder, was it coordinated? Well, no, I don't think it was, because it was during cross. So scratch that. Because I was wondering, like, maybe, I mean, it couldn't have been coordinated because, like I said, it's in cross-examination. But for a second, I thought maybe she deliberately said it so that they could say, look, Your Honor, it's affecting the witness's testimony, just his presence. He's already been charged and jailed for intimidating witnesses, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, he's probably using it. Let's check in with Ted. No, it's the same tweet. I already read that. I mean, agreed. Grant should be the one that's removed. I mean, considering his behavior, you know, and some people are saying, well, what about Turtle Boy's behavior? Well, but that was like, you know, this wasn't in court. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't like, this wasn't in court. Grant is throwing a shit fit in court. All right, hold on. Because I guess Boston 10 is slacking. Hold on. All right, Boston 25. Let's see. Nope. Boston 25 isn't showing anything. I don't know what y'all are talking about. No, Boston 10 isn't isn't showing anything. Fox 25. I just checked Fox 25, Boston 25 News, right here. Here, I'll show you guys. Boom. Boom. This is what they're showing. It's not Boston, it's Fox 25. What Fox 25? All right, hold on. That's the same shit. What are you talking about? Boston 25 is Fox 25. They're not showing anything. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's not going to be two local 25 newses from different national affiliates. It doesn't work that way. So at least Boston 10, like I could still kind of hear more or less, like with these headphones on. Well, okay, so here's the deal. Listen, for those of you who are just joining and don't know what's going on, I'm getting two different tweets. I'm seeing tweets from Turtle Boy saying that Bradle's there for a completely separate reason, everything's fine. And then I'm getting a tweet from Ted Daniel from Fox 25 News or Boston 25. And he's saying that the prosecution is trying to get Turtle Boy out. That he spoke to Tim Bradle. Turtle Boy saying Tim Bradle's there for a different reason. Ted Daniel is saying that that's why Bradle is there, is because the prosecution is trying to get Turtle Boy out. So Turtle Boy saying one thing, Ted Daniel saying another. Both I find perfectly reliable. So I don't know. Just gonna have to wait, folks. Let's see if the closed captions pick anything up. I mean, it's so stupid. Like, there's no reason why. All it's doing is making the defense's case stronger. Because the jury's not going to be like, what's the holdup? Oh, this Turtle Boy guy, he's the problem. No, they're saying, oh, so who has a problem with the Turtle Boy? The prosecution? You mean the witnesses that the prosecution keeps bringing up that are proven to be liars, one after the other, are having a problem with this? I mean, This is the craziest bullshit in the world, dude. All right, hold on. Let's check. Wait, what's Lolly's? I don't even. That's stupid. Why don't I follow Lolly on Twitter? Um.
Bukaki.
Michael Proctor.
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki. Bukaki.
Michael Proctor.
Holy shit, that didn't just fucking happen.
Objection.
Okay, that's enough. Microdots clipped it. All right, let's get back to the biggest fan. Oh my god. That shit is too much. Hold on, I gotta get more creamer here. Yeah, this is just a shit show, man. You got all those people protesting outside. I mean, this is not smart. Like, has the prosecution not seen what their actions have resulted in this entire time? That's what I'm blown away by. I'm blown away by how the Commonwealth of Massachusetts still seems to have no fucking comprehension of the results of their actions. Every time they charge Turtle Boy with something, every time they try to like do this ridiculous collusion between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed to fuck with the jury or something. Yeah, thank you, Microdots. Appreciate that. Confirming that the Commonwealth is trying to have him removed. Thank you. If Microdot says so, I believe it. Now, is that beyond? Do you know that beyond Ted Daniels' tweet? Because we do know that Ted Daniels posted this. Okay. I don't care about that. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, let me see real quick. Yeah, so nothing new from Ted Daniel. So I mean, I guess forget what I said about about how they wouldn't even dare try to do that with Bradle right there. That's crazy. Because they know they're violating rights. They fucking know it. They're hiding behind this bullshit statute that is a clear violation of the First Amendment. Confirmed with Turtle Boy, the Commonwealth filed a motion to have him removed. Wow, dude. I heard something about a motion to suppress, but it could just be the mic picking up people talking about some other case. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not hearing enough to really. The cheap creamer that I had before is actually better than this shit that I just got. Okay, so I just heard you are unmuted, so I think Court's coming back. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Hayden Kane.
Back on the record on the Reed matter.
All right, sort of a side issue in the Reed matter. So the defendant and her lawyers have been excused. Okay, so.
So what happened? Is Turtle Boy
sorry,
still in the courtroom?
yourselves, please.
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Okay,
Tara McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle on behalf of non-party Aidan Carney.
Nice.
Who for the record is present in the courtroom. I think he's okay right there. That's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So.
This is wild.
Commonwealth,
Holy shit.
So I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses, before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge,
so.
if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I
Sure.
do have
Get her.
what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay.
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the.
Bradle's not
Sure,
taking
I'll
her
hear you.
shit.
Good. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, just so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress. And that's-
Which is a case that I am in the middle of
Right.
that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. on 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add.
Wow.
So there's some funny business going on here. And, you know, there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor,
come on, Bradle, you got
Mr.
this.
Carney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney.
Woo!
Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Carney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Carney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case.
There we go.
Regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay away order. The stay away
go.
order was exempted from Mr. Carney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay away order.
What'd I say?
So this is done. This has been adjudicated.
There we go.
It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Carney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Carney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth.
The world is
watching. The reason we
this.
brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is again trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Carney.
To weaponize
because
her.
at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Carney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, This has been established. Mr. Carney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse.
Sitting right there
And
behind
he
him.
just wants to be
That
here.
loud ass laptop.
He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental
Grant
First
loses
Amendment
me.
right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Carney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person.
There we
And
go.
that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous. And on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And we wanted a response to your question from Mr. Riley on why you were not served, but Ms. Lucille was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at
don't
best
show
a third
Grant.
party.
Don't give him any camera
on a
time.
separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradel?
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed
You weaponize that
statements
shit.
indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to
Bullshit.
testify in this case. And what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom.
Wow.
Not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded.
You
physically
can't
from
stop
the
him
courtroom
from
while those
watching the trial,
witnesses
you piece of shit.
are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
You're a little cunt.
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality.
Fuck no.
Under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what?
Get him.
The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter's been adjudicated twice. Mr. Carney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. And, you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination.
Absolutely.
It is going to be struck down.
Totally
It's
unconstitutional.
just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Carney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your
That's
Honor.
right.
There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Carney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chestnut trial about published, it's something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Carney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment.
And the asshole who tweeted it is
any way
behind you.
grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you, I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing
Bradle?
further. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradle, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that.
Yes.
However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial
Oh, you
are
motherfucker, don't
honored
do
and
it.
upheld.
Don't do
And
it.
because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's
Jesus
presence, I
Christ.
find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him
God
while the
damn
named
you.
witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion.
You,
Julie
you
Nagel,
suck.
Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe,
Fuck you.
Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanan. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home.
Bev,
I'm
you are
going
a
to excuse him
corrupt
during
piece
all of
of
that
shit.
testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence.
Unbelievable.
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives
All
in the
right.
same address.
It's for the same reason. So Brian Albert Jr.
Wow.
All right. So those are my findings, Mr. Bradle. It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay.
Yeah. You
All right,
better
thank you for
fucking
being
believe
here.
he's going
All right.
to.
All
You
right,
better
so
fucking
I'll
believe he's
take a
gonna
short
appeal that
recess. We
shit.
can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the trial.
Court, all rise.
I can't wait to hear what Turtle Boy says on Howie Carr, because you know he's going to be on Howie Carr tonight. You know he's going to be on Howie Carr. This is, I mean, Yeah, Bev, you suck. You're terrible. The fact is you acknowledge the fact that he has every right to be there. You acknowledge that just because he makes somebody fucking uncomfortable does not mean that you get to take away his rights. He has First Amendment rights. That supersedes everything. That supersedes the feelings of these liars that have proven that the defense has proven that they were liars, one after the other. One after the other. Now, see, I have one of these fucking retarded trolls in my chat right now. And let me address this retarded troll. Yeah, I thought that Bev was doing the right thing because she was saying all the right things. And then she tried to justify shitting all over your right. Yeah, yours. Your right to be a twat on Twitter and in my chat. And you don't even have the right to be in my chat. I afford you that right because this is not a democracy. But I still allow you, regardless of how uncomfortable you might make me, I still allow you in my chat because I believe in your right to be able to say what's on your mind. So, yeah, I'm upset and I'm angry. And I'm not so much angry for Turtle Boy as I am for you and everyone else here. That was a travesty. That was a travesty decision by a sitting judge. She trampled all over. So far, she's trampled all over everybody who's out there protesting, all over their rights, and all over Turtle Boy's rights today. That means that you're subject to the same thing. So I'm angry for you. And that's what you don't understand because your little bitter bullshit and your little need to just hate all over the internet you can't compute what I'm trying to relay to you. Every time that you hear me speak, I'm defending you. Every time that you see Turtle Boy out there and sitting in that gallery, he's defending you. Those 2 months that he sat in jail and didn't take a plea, he defended you. Little Irish girl, thank you so much. Journalism is not a crime. Absolutely not. Dude, it's not even lunch yet. And this is the craziest fucking day of this trial so far. Yeah, everybody in this chat should be mad. I'm angry. I mean, yeah, I'm angry for Turtle Boy, but I'm no more angry for him than I am for anybody here and the people that are standing outside of the courthouse. That's the truth. That's the truth. Like, Bev absolutely had me right there. She was saying all the right things, and it was all just to butter up for and justify shitting all over everyone's First Amendment rights. I mean, yeah, like she had me. I was like, yes. And then sure enough, man. I mean, yeah, that's just pure corruption. Bradel was abundantly clear that the Commonwealth has absolutely weaponized this bullshit law as retaliation against Turtle Boy. And it's clear because the case against him is bullshit. We've gone over it. It's absolute and utter bullshit. Another reason I'll be leaving the state. I refuse to live under this tyranny. Florida, here I come. There you go, man. I don't blame you, MG. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait till Josh Levy puts a fucking stop to this shit. But here's the thing. In the grand scheme of things, you got to have hope. You got to listen. In the grand scheme of things, you've got to look at this for what it is. Okay? The world saw that. Do you understand? Boston 10 just streamed that live. Everybody who's streaming this trial saw that. We've been watching it. Nobody has given a fuck about it, right? But everyone who's just watching this trial and seeing how much of a sham this fucking trial is just saw that. They saw that happen. That is a win. Okay? That is absolutely a win. Little Boston, thank you so much. It's Gene from Dorchester. Dorchester. I told you this would happen. I know all too well how corrupt the state is. Yeah, and I'm still shocked every single time. I was like, no way. It's not going to happen. There's no fucking way. Jen Del Rio, thank you so much. You gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate that. Congrats to Jose Martinez, the Boxer Brief, Jess Dawson, Michelle Bowling, Danny C. Thank you so much. Congrats, guys. Yeah, I mean, you got to understand this. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's a loss for today, you know, but it's a win in the sense that now this has been exposed to the world. This should actually pick up national news. I should hope so. I if national news, like if national news outlets don't pick up this trial now, I'm going to be more convinced than I already am about how fucking fixed the game is. I mean,
you are unmuted.
All right, we're coming back, guys. Look at you. You look like a... Ugh. God.
Ooh, you suck. All right, jurors, once again, thank you very much for your patience. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Nicole Albert to the stand.
All right. So here comes... Wow.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I just need you to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, Albert.
And where do you live?
Norwood,
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
about a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior?
Canton,
And, how long had you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road,
And how long did you live at that house?
about 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Yes,
What's your husband's
Brian Albert.
name? Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police,
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
about 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin,
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now, your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military.
And which branch?
I'm a February
In the Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you've since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but
I just do it whenever the fuck I feel like it.
And around that date of, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what, if anything, sort of changed in reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
Thank you, Dag Nabbit.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
Welcome, Chantel Caesar. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Also, just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week. Where did your husband, Brian, go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from Canton to New York?
I believe he may have flown Thursday to New York And then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law, Julie, picked me up at my house, maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend, Tristan, were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were any of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment did you go?
We came in, walked in. I believe to the left there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table, and we ordered food, and just hung out for a little bit. Had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
Of course you
Now,
were.
later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, a band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, who, if anyone else, came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, but I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you, or did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, "Oh, who's that?" Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, "Oh, that's John O'Keefe." I said, "Oh." So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
Had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
No.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
At one point, John walked by, towards me and my sister, my daughter at the table and said, "Hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything?" And we said, "No, thank you." I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
So why did he hug him on camera at the bar?
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to do or where to go after leaving the waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, "Hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has two friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, if you want to do that, come by and do that." And she was like, "Okay, And then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have had no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12, 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get, bless you, how did you get from the waterfall back to your house on this?
My husband drove the three of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the waterfall and were sort of, getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major. Just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his two friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." I said, "Oh, okay."
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian is driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of a order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really. No.
Do you recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34 Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. Initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to, it was, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time is that?
Couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you come?
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen, but then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure?
No, it's open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as a wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
We're just sitting there.
Was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I
Hi, Mom.
remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker
Right.
that we were playing. Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I, said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
See, she's got a great memory. Wait till cross. She's going to forget everything.
Yeah. Yep.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of congregates?
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends. And then I believe my daughter, Caitlin, was sitting at the table as well.
Who's partying?
Back at
Who's
your
holding?
after leaving the bar,
I know one of you little fuckers is holding.
going on there afterwards?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home. About how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from the waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter, Caitlin.
And do you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you...
Okay,
Ooh,
want to end your answer
Elizabeth
there.
Little
Next question. Mr.
chimes
Lally.
in and objects.
Prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30-ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
What about Colin?
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
so your son and your husband have both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, sorry.
where did anybody else go sort of around your house during that time?
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them and laugh and talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house?
Lies.
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of your house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, oh, to Brian, oh, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, so no conversation, and Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
And,
So that has to be a
Sorry.
yes or no. Okay.
Sorry.
and at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John O'Keefe or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to you?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about
Where was
Jennifer
the dog?
reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Where was the dog?
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going
You don't
back
feed
to
the
what-
dog when you get home. You don't walk the dog when you get home. You don't let the dog outside when you get home. What did you do with the dog? You don't take care of the dog? You were out.
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual. Just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Yeah, I bet.
Now, after your daughter, Caitlin, gets picked up and she leaves, what if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, shut the lights, and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing where we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times. Like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster. So a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
That sounded like
He was just lying in bed
bullshit.
watching TV.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
I thought he was fucking banging
You
you.
were on that morning in the 29th.
And, you know, Dick dialing Higgins.
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of?
So you didn't talk to her on the phone?
She came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children. Something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection.
Oh, God.
All right, next question. Okay.
I mean, come on, dude. Give me a fucking break, lady. Like, I can't wait till cross. What about the phone calls? What about the phone calls between you and your sister? Like, because the picture that she's painting right here is that she didn't speak to Jen McCabe until Jen McCabe burst into her bedroom frantic, going, "Oh my God, he's dead in the snow. Oh no." But you, bro, like, you talked to her. Like, we heard you talking to her. We heard her talking to you. Are you coming out? Yeah. But this, I mean, she remembers, you know, that she picked up a few things. It wasn't so messy. It wasn't that messy, but I picked up a few things. I walked into this room. I walked into that room. This time over here, over here, over here. I mean, a memory like an elephant. But it slips her mind that she actually spoke to her sister. Gee, let's see. Let's see real quick. 'Twice, 6:07 a.m. and 6:08 a.m. Both calls answered. One was 9 seconds, one was 7 seconds. Both deleted. So
just for a second, and I'll get back. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she says some things to you, and then where did you go?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on. What is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, you know, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something had happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the waterfall? And I'm like, you know, what do you mean? How could you be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
You're a fucking liar.
So that front foyer area would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And
I slept through all the sirens
down
and
at the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank, or are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Link at that time. And I kind of, the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, you know, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Ashley, move
Lies.
on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance?
I don't know what's going on. Oh my goodness.
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Canton Police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk about?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of
she said that
content of the
in her
conversation,
statement that
how long a period of
there were no fire trucks, that they must have taken them.
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
as far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody.
She is lying. Thank
so
you.
They left,
Yvonne.
and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. I'm asking Jennifer, like, what happened?
Fucking
How did you end up
lies.
here? Like, what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Okay. Later on in the okay, so she says Nicole went on to say that her guests left her home an hour later at approximately 1 a.m. on the 29th of January. Later on, during the morning hours of January 29th, 2022, Nicole stated that she was still in bed when her sister Jen came into the room and shared with Nicole what had transpired outside, that John was found deceased on the edge of her property by the street in the snow. Nicole stated that she never left her home, and by the time she came downstairs, Canton Fire Department must have transported both John and Karen from the scene. Meaning, I came downstairs and there was nothing to see. Slept through everything. Slept through the sirens. Slept through everything. Even though she has kids who live with her, and she's worried that something happened to one of her kids, but she slept through all that commotion.
Of your
Right?
conversation with,
Fuck out of my face.
you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for?
With just her. I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this point?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over?
Yes, at some point, my friend Brian Higgins, my husband's friend Brian Higgins, came over.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts.
I
and
thought she knocked
would
on the
leave them for
door.
him. So
I
saw
thought
her, and I
Brian
said
told
to
her
my
to come
husband,
inside with
"Oh,
the donuts.
Objection.
Okay, not what you said, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry."
That's okay.
I thought, unless I'm wrong, didn't Julie say she
He went
knocked
to
on
the
the
door
door?
because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
So your
It's
husband opens the
possible.
door, and at some point, your sister-in-law Julie comes into the house.
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So
Okay,
as far
yeah,
as
thank you. I
people
misunderstood.
that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Miss McKay bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state police?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
She was interviewed on the 3rd of February
You indicated that on the way back.
by Tully.
From the
Oh,
waterfall.
or no, sorry. By Buchanan.
Night previous on the 28th into the 29th. It just started to snow. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the inside?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was,
Excuse me.
the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or the driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Not one question about Jen McCabe's phone calls.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Mm-hmm.
review them, and then just look up whenever you finish.
Are these already in evidence?
Fair enough.
Okay.
I mean, she did go out to look, but everybody was gone. She slept through all the commotion magically. She just slept through it all. She's got kids that live with her. They keep the door unlocked. Somebody.
And just to ask you, Mayor.
I mean, there's
in general in those
sirens.
photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes,
Okay, what do you recognize?
that's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes,
And what's contained in there is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022.
yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce, admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Wonder if
Yes,
Elizabeth
please.
Little is going to cross-examine Nicole Albert. I'd like to see what she can do. We haven't seen her do this yet.
You know, with the court's
Hold,
permission.
hold on.
Oh,
We need to mark these.
She's been lying. Yeah. Yeah. Nicole Albert's totally lying. Because what she's saying is somewhat consistent with her statement. It's just that her statement, like I was calling her a liar months ago. I'm like, there's no way you slept through that bullshit. Stop it.
How many were there, Mr. Lally?
8.
All the guests left her house at 1 a.m., she says.
Thank you.
May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
I'm reading her statement to Bukkake, and Bukkake says that she told him that all the guests left by 1 a.m. I'm looking right at it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, no, she's a fucking liar. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. We're in agreement, I promise.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like, okay?
Oh my God, look at them. Disgusting. Disgusting. How dare she smile? What are they joking about? They're joking about getting away with murder. Look at them. Look at how disgusting.
Yes.
Showing here is what's been marked as exhibits 58, 59, 63, and 64. First, I'd just like to start with exhibit 58 on the screen.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Allen, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes,
And what do you recognize there?
it was my home at the time.
And from this photograph, do you see that front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on your house?
Yes,
If you could, using the laser pointer in your hand, just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
that would be the very front door, and then the side door is over here in between.
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house,
Mhm.
where you live at 34 Fairview Road?
Bruh.
What, if anything, do you have as
Come on.
a landmark or an item that you observed in that sort of left area of the yard?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it what it was or what it did.
So it's fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did.
No.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation to the house, was that a part of the yard that was used or utilized by the family all that much when you lived there?
No.
And that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting of the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that. Is that correct?
Right.
Who the fuck is Carl Dougal, dude? I
curbing
don't even know who Carl Dougal
between
is.
sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded curb.
Now, with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't really see it in the picture, no. But I mean, it's would be over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you.
Mhm.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have that one up on the screen as well. And again, Ms. Albert, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And from this photograph, do you see now sort of the driveway and where that is?
Yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
The driveway was right here. The two garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now,
Okay,
in
thank you.
reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Could have been 4. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think 4.
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles are we talking about?
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford
Edge, maybe?
Escape.
Get
maybe?
the fuck out of here. Don't play stupid.
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs. Is that
Yeah.
correct to say?
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
This lady's
Again, what's up
such
on
a
the screen is
fucking
that what you have
liar.
before you as the next exhibit.
Yes.
And just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60.
And again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him into your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct?
Mhm.
Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and saw them? If you could direct the jury's attention in this photograph.
I believe they were right here. Somewhere here.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes,
you to do this, but
yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph?
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking at?
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
Yeah, he's trying to keep the jury off task here.
Maybe 36.
He's trying to distract the jury and bore them to death.
You're number 30.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Mm-hmm. 64.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On face. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah. The side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep. That door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time, January or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles go in the garage?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to
Garage was a little bit cluttered,
summon
so,
the architect of the
if there was
home
a storm coming, we would try to
through
arrange
seance,
things so we could at least maybe
if I
get
could, Your Honor.
one or two of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates, January 28th and the 29th, and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't, I'm not sure. Not sure if we had maybe put mine in there. Because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58.
May I approach, Ron?
Yeah. No. Okay.
Now, in addition, let me ask you this. At this time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes.
Go.
And how many pets did you have?
We had one. We had a dog,
What was the dog?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She was a German Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, or fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Yes.
And,
Aww.
Where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog
It,
is?
not she.
Yes, at
it.
nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
It, not she.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How would that dog leave?
Well, she pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I wonder if this dog bit people. They didn't give this dog any love at all.
Like just a regular door, and it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the backyard.
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. How long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
Chloe the dog. Wow.
Now, some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident of January 29th, 2022 that you
We moved in April of 2023.
and if any plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics, but generally, not the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was in our plans that, you know, what kids were starting to get older, we were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021, my husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
My husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, you know, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out. We weren't going to be able to stay in that house.
There's all kinds of blood all over the
It was like
basement
a 5-bedroom
floor.
house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot. Said, maybe now's the
Reflooring.
time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December.
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved.
Objection, leading.
The market was so good that we sold it $50,000 under market value.
When was it?
Costs.
Finalized?
April of 23.
And as far as selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2022?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened. We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
They did take
Yes.
a $50,000 hit. It just seemed like a good time to move, you know. We had to refloor the floor because there was all kinds of stains. And then, you know, we got rid of the dog and we took a $50,000 hit from the house because the market was so good at the time. Market was good at the time. All right, we're going to see Elizabeth Little. Here we go.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from, say, 7:45 till about midnight.
So about 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course
Look
of
at you,
those
Nettie.
4 hours that you were
Bored as
there,
fuck. Playing Candy
did
Crush.
you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
Oops.
I saw them fooling around with each other, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could show just a screenshot of the video.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
I saw them playing grab ass. Yeah, that's what I saw. Grab ass.
May I approach you for recording?
Yeah, so can you take this down just until the witness has it, please? I thought you were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes. If that's
Okay. So what are you doing
Should
with
we
it?
mark that as an exhibit? Or
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the juror that you were just. Yeah.
if I could show you this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will mark it for
Oh,
identification.
sorry.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
Sorry.
We'll mark it for identification, but this is incorporated in what exhibit number?
I believe it's exhibit 53, Your Honor.
All right, just so our record's clear.
Thank you.
One screenshot is W for identification. Thank you. All right, so now you can,
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen what the witness is looking at.
okay?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to display it on the screen now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to
Come
tell.
over into the other individual who's sitting right next to him. I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm
spot
sorry, are we
you?
taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much
It's not
to
what
it.
she asked. It's not what she
My
asked.
question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Playing grab ass.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
What?
Your
No?
husband has no fighting experience whatsoever.
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
What?
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Why? Why it's sidebar? Like, what do you mean? You don't know that your husband boxes? You don't know that your husband has MMA training, mixed martial arts training? You don't know that that's pretty standard when it comes to law enforcement, is to have hand-to-hand combat training to some degree at least? You're sitting here denying it, acting like that's crazy. Oh my, what? What? Highly trained? Dude, he's a Boston police officer. He was fucking on a TV show called Boston's Finest and featured in Boston's Finest sparring with people. Like, what are you talking about, lady? How do you... Dude, this woman is killing me right now. Oh, I don't know where Grant is. Like, yeah, Grant's gone. They kicked his ass out too. Good. Hopefully. Like, hopefully Judge Bev was just like, fuck it, get them both out of here, you know? Like, I mean, if you're going to kick Turtle Boy out, then kick his ass out too. Like, I would show her video after video of this guy being a fucking douche. And the truth is, like, Turtle Boy should have never been charged in the first place. But the question, though, is why wasn't Grant charged with the same thing Turtle Boy was? With all of the harassment that he's done.
Ms. Albert, your husband has boxing experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means.
Get the fuck
I mean, he
outta
was in
here.
the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
They train you in the Marine Corps.
Through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Okay, buddy. All right, buddy.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, would I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
And Mr. Bates, if I could have you start the video at 5:14. If you could pause. This video?
No, I don't.
Do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right. So this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. You could play just for a little bit longer. Good pause. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
I don't.
You could play just a little bit more. Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
That would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You were about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yep.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct? But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle. correct?
Yes. Yep.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
correct? Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as how I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge. correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about. Yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that An eyewitness saw.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your
vehicle
Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did
Cheddar.
not purposely say that.
Get her.
Where did your husband strike it up? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses?
No, Eliza's doing
I don't
good.
remember. I
know I've been calling her Elizabeth. I
think
don't know
so.
why.
You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said,
That's what I
didn't
thought.
realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said
And
that.
shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
Oops.
You have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house.
No, I'm not saying he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night.
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived.
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention, but I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him.
I did not see him leave.
There you go.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that. It's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers.
Except for the one she bites.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
With dogs, a couple dogs, yes.
Oh, she's never bit any
She
humans?
also has a bite history with humans.
Ooh.
Objection.
Answer the
Ask that
question.
differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman whose dog it was tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
There are actually 2 individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was 2 women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe.
Funny how
That one may have
Coffindoffer and her are the only
fallen
people
or
we've heard
something,
this
but
story from.
I'm not sure 100%.
There were 2 women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Just like Coffindoffer would say. Interesting.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
Was that testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Yeah, so only one other place, only one other mouth has those words come out of, and that is Jennifer Coffindoffer. Why is that? Why is that? That's because Jennifer Coffindoffer is absolutely spreading information fed to her by the Alberts. Guaranteed. Show me any other place. Yeah, got rid of, rehomed, it's the same thing. So she was offended by got rid of. She was offended by that. She had to be specific, rehomed. Because if she says got rid of, the jury could take that like they fucking put Chloe exactly where the flooring of the original flooring of that basement is. So this is, yeah, we're getting somewhere here. See, Eliza Little made a good point here. She said that she paved the way for herself the same way as Jackson Iannetti had been doing. And she was basically pointing out that that Nicole Albert
Okay.
sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Or at
Ms.
least
Albert,
as
you're
little as I
aware that
can.
We actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was.
That's a yes or no from there. Yes or no?
Well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
What? Wow. So she already established, she got her to say that she admitted that she's been following the news in this case.
Back to the early morning of January 29th.
Mm-hmm.
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash. Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
Sorry. No.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
No.
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And ADA McLaughlin was
Yes
also
or
not
no?
there, correct?
Okay.
Say yes or
Do you recall
no.
that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that sort of line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection. Is there a question?
We're getting that question, so go ahead.
Yeah.
You were very
Thank you, Bev.
specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
You told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And
they were.
you told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family
Yes.
room. Is that right? But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
Oops.
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
They could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps.
Yeah. How many steps would you take to get there?
When you open the front door of your house,
Uh-huh.
how many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
Oh, it's right there. The basement's right there.
You testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 3430 first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant Lank?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here we go. Catching her on a lie in 3, 2, 1. You could hear a pin drop in that courtroom.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2 of the supplemental.
Would you show the prosecutor, please?
One lawyer, one witness, one dirty judge.
Okay.
Karen is satisfied. She knows exactly what's going to happen. She's going to prove to that jury right now that Nicole Albert is a fucking liar. Remember I said that shit months ago? I don't know who killed John O'Keefe, but I know that Nicole Albert is a fucking liar.
Ms. Little, maybe you can clarify that.
Sure. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at page 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here.
Down hit 7? Or
Actually, this section right here,
okay.
the second paragraph to the bottom. And
Mm-hmm.
you don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how can I approach, Your Honor? Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that's conducted, correct?
Yep.
With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
Yes, the morning of.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
Is
yeah.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
I do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood. And that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure. It was more of a conversation than an interview. Is that right?
I guess you could say that.
Oops. That's no good. It's no good for the prosecution. Is that how we interview witnesses in a murder case? We just have an open conversation over what? Drinks and lines?
Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that?
Wow.
Sergeant Lank?
I don't believe I said that. I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said in any other time I was questioned that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't.
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter?
No.
Yeah, we got it, Keith. Thank you, buddy.
Providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
Of course, we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
Yes. Yep.
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lank.
Yeah. Yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
You testified
Yeah, it was-
in direct that he was there.
He was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me, it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at your house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
They were
You
just
never mentioned
ghosts.
Colin Albert
Got it.
to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
Okay.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
Right.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall.
Liar. You just got
Because
caught
he
on a
left
lie.
as soon as I walked in.
You just said you assumed you talked to him and that you told
I wasn't
Proctor
even,
about him.
didn't even think of him.
You're a fucking
No.
liar.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't consider him part of the group. He's just a ghost. He's there, but he's not there. You know what I mean?
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay, approach sidebar or you? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, this is just beautiful. Yo. Liza Little is just killing it right now, y'all. I mean, people. So, I mean, what she's doing now is genius. It's super, super slick, because either she's trying to protect Colin, the jury's going to look at Nicole Albert as a liar, or if they choose to believe her, then Trooper Proctor didn't do his fucking job. And Trooper Proctor left Colin Albert out of her statement. So one or the other. I didn't consider him part of the group. Get the fuck out of my face with that shit. I didn't consider him part of the group. She just said that shit in open court. People. Yeah. Eliza Little just like totally just set a trap and she walked right into it.
So Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Robert, I'd like to show you a photograph which purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house,
Yep.
the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
You want me to show it?
Yes, if you could explain.
Right up here.
So your bedroom is in that upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The far left window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. The two of them.
So on January 29th, you had two bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Some of y'all in the chat are using your eyes. I like it.
Fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Miss Little? Or
Yeah.
keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of
I
it.
didn't hear a
Okay.
leaf blower.
Okay.
I didn't hear a siren. I didn't hear anything. No, of course not. I
What
just
time was
slept.
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Can I have a moment?
Sure.
Bust out Jen McCabe's phone records. Come on.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Ms. Albert, what about the two calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
You're aware that the Cellbrite records indicated that you answered two calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
The,
7 and 6:08 a.m.
the objection sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
I told y'all, keep your eyes open for microdots. Use your eyes, people.
You could take a look at this report.
Microdots isn't fucking around. Nobody's fucking with microdots, people.
Ms. Albert, you received
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before. Thank you. May we approach?
Okay. I'm going to take that, please.
Yeah, this is oh man. This is exactly what we hoped it would be. Like, people, we're not even done with the prosecution's case. I mean, the prosecution's done with their case. They don't even know it. That's the issue here. Prosecution doesn't even realize that their case is fucked. Or they know it and they're just being stubborn. I think they knew it going into this trial. I think they knew they had no case. I think Judge Bev knew that they had no case. Yeah, y'all need to subscribe to Microdots. Like, that's why I've had this banner for like ever. I've had this banner for like ever. Like, sub to Microdots. Okay.
All right. So let's mark one for identification, please, Miss Little.
Thank you.
Okay, and you can give it back to Ms. Albert,
Thank you.
and you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m.
Woo!
for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it.
Bullshit.
I never spoke to her that morning.
It says
You
answered.
also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Dude,
Go ahead and answer that.
it's right there.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer
You're a
that morning.
fucking liar.
Cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room, besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m., someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Yo. There it is, people. People. Eliza motherfucking Little, y'all.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Gotta be done. Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Emily C, thank you. Take note that while her words are no, her head is nodding yes.
Madam Court Reporter, do you need me for anything?
I will. Yeah, if I go over this again, I will definitely look at that. But she's a fucking liar, y'all. Nicole Albert is a fucking liar, y'all. I mean, she said that shit with her whole chest. I never spoke to my sister Jen McCabe before she busted into my room where me and my husband were sleeping. Get the fuck out of here. Of course, she didn't say sleeping, but Turtle Boy press conference. I don't think there's going to be a Turtle Boy press conference, but I'll look. I'll check. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. What? I mean, yeah, this is just crazy. So it really can't be done. But the thing is that they're not done with cross-examination, I don't think. Because we have to we're gonna hear that 911 call. Well, John's voicemail. We're gonna hear that. There's no way that that's not going to be entered into evidence unless Bev doesn't allow it for whatever reason. But we heard the actual 911 call and it matches. It is consistent with what Jen was saying in the phone call that we listened to here months ago. All right, let me check Tom here real quick. Relax, people, relax. Y'all need to calm down.
Huh?
Did I miss?
$1,000 bills with the Looney.
Oh, you gotta have them.
Sorry, I'm just seeing if there was anything that we missed.
30%.
All right, let's go back to live.
Good job, bud. Good job in there, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'll stay out here with them.
No.
Okay, I don't have Facebook, so sorry, guys. I'm sure he'll repost it on YouTube. All right, Tom's over here hauling ass. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Use that as a way to
Attaboy, Tom.
people who are quite clearly lying. We've seen them lie time and time again about a murder investigation. Murder investigation into the death of a Boston police officer. What they're doing is disgraceful. They're trampling on the First Amendment, and they're trying to prevent justice for John O'Keefe, and they're trying to frame an innocent woman in doing so.
What's your plan now that you're allowed in sometimes?
So we're going to go to the SJC. We're going right to the SJC.
There you go.
There's a higher court than this. Beverly Canoni is not the highest court in the land. Speech issues often in higher courts are overturned when judges like Canoni issue these egregious, unconstitutional orders. So we'll
Tyrants.
be doing that. And in the meantime, I'm banned from being in here for like 10 witnesses. I guess they listed them all. But they don't tell us ahead of time who's going to be testifying. So how am I supposed to know each day, who's on the witness list? When can I come in? When can't I come in? So I'll be here as often as I can. I earned my press credential. I have the right to be here. But the Commonwealth is apparently so threatened by little old me.
Acknowledge that he had the right.
That somehow, big bad Brian Albert's going to have a chilling effect. He's not going to be able to testify. The truth of the matter is that I make them nervous in there because they know I'm watching and they know I'm reporting on this stuff. And you even heard it today from Julie Albert. She called them Trooper Bukaki twice. That's what I call him. That's what I jokingly call him. Do not Google that, by the way. Do not Google that. You will regret it. But his name is Buchanan. And she called him Bukaki twice because she listens to my show and she watches it.
Oh my God.
Me, and they don't want me in there because I'm getting in their head simply by being in there at all. So that's it. So we'll be fighting this and hopefully we'll win. If not, I'm going to keep reporting on it regardless. So, and we're going to get justice for John and Carrie. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yo, can we see the blonde reporter's face again, y'all? Hold on.
Keep reporting on it regardless. So that's it. Me and they don't want me in there because, by the way, do not Google that. You will regret it. But his name is Buchanan. And she called him Buchanan. Do not Google
watch.
Do not Google that.
Watch.
But his name is Buchanan. And she called him Buchanan twice because she listens to my show and she watches it. And these people are obsessed with me and they don't want me in there. I'm going on Grace at
Grace, I'm sorry.
Grace at 1:30, Howie at 4:30. Okay, good.
Oh, Aiden.
Thank you guys.
Good job, Aiden.
Grace at 1:30, Howie
Sorry about that.
at 4:30.
I mean, I'm used to it.
Yeah, but enough. I mean, really?
I'm used to the trampling all over.
I want you in there, but I think I'd much rather hear you live stream than
Right, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good. I mean, I didn't care. It's like I gotta be. But yeah, honestly, dude, like millions of people are watching these trials from around the world, and they stopped it for like an hour. You can't buy that.
You got a point.
Let me Google that thing. I've got like 500 new Twitter followers in like last hour. Thank you. I mean, you'll see.
Yeah, that was
Oh my God, Savior.
Yeah. Coincidence that they do this on the day that they know he's going to
Right.
They didn't even tell him either. He got served when he got in here. Yeah, David Yannetti.
Yeah, they tried to ambush him.
Yeah, I mean, he's so used to advocating for me because it's such emotional. I'm glad you guys liked how he did. So,
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah, like you heard Radel, they tried to
I don't know. I
ambush
didn't
him.
see Carl either. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
And it just so happened that Bradel was there for another case that Canoni was presiding over.
Oh, Karen was gonna say anything, but court officer actually.
Bad boy. You're a cop too. He's a Boston cop. It's witness intimidation. Witness intimidation right there. So,
I mean, I guess I should.
all right. Well, anyway, I gotta head to the car.
Right. Why is Carl Dougal not charged? Why is Grant Smith Ellis not charged with the same thing Turtle Boy has been charged with?
You know, we're gonna keep fighting for this thing. Judge Krupp and Judge Powell both said we could go.
Radel had that, right?
Even with the stay away orders in place, I could still go there. That was just adjudicated 2 weeks ago in that court.
I almost would have wished Radel would have installed it with job.
That too.
You're
Right,
not
that's
just
it.
rubbernecking
Yeah.
Jacob wrong with that, but you're being prevented from.
I know. Exactly. So, but, yeah, I mean, she's a tyrant. This is what tyrants do. And I'm glad the whole world watched that. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, they did. And they had the smile on their face like that. You think that matters to me?
I don't think
I'll be back. Come on,
I
stop
don't
it.
think Brian Allen.
No. When they come back.
Okay.
I did not see it.
She said,
Really?
forgot to mention the name and make and model of the whole car.
Oh, yeah, I heard that all the time.
That's Brian Albert.
Black. Right. But Lucky said that's not.
Sub to Tom CPU, guys.
Anyway, I gotta head out, but thank you guys for
No
being
problem.
Keep it up. Everyone.
I took it off because there were clearly minors in the shot. I don't like minors on my channel, man. I don't like it.
Come by.
It's just a preference. It's the way I like to run my channel. No, I'm not throwing any shade at anybody else.
Does it show us
I
anymore what we
just
used to
have my own standards that I like to
Nice to meet you. I'm John.
enforce, and
Does it show us,
That's it.
what we're, I mean, tell us you're not corrupt without telling us
Yeah,
you're
I
not
know.
corrupt. I mean, oh my goodness. I won't even,
Yeah, you're allowed to be here and everything is in order and I'm gonna hold your seat, but you can't be here.
Right.
I don't
Sarah,
understand.
where are you from?
wait, are they trying to kick Tom out?
Originally Canton. I grew up in Canton, and I live in Mansfield.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yep. The whole Canton thing's been just
Horror
my
show.
God.
Idea.
Rita's talking. No.
So okay, Tom's muted. But so here's the thing. We can't sit here and complain about Turtle Boy getting arrested on bullshit charges and then hope that Grant and Carl get arrested too. Now for under the same charges. But the thing is it's also a good thing that they don't. In the grand scheme of things, if you're thinking chess, not checkers, in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be much easier to prove that Turtle Boy was absolutely targeted. And this law was weaponized to target and silence and charge Turtle Boy. Because if the same people, or if different people are doing the same thing that Turtle Boy is doing, if not worse, much worse, and they're not getting charged, and the whole world is seeing it, when Bradel gets to bring this in front of a Supreme Court judge, they're going to, in front of Supreme Court judges, he's going to be able to say, hey, you know, look at this. Look at these people doing the same thing. This is all over everywhere. This is all over YouTube. It's all over the news. So Grace Curley, Howie at 333. Got it. So we'll go over that. I did not expect this. I did not expect this.
Sorry, I had some muted it.
I didn't expect this turn of events to take place. I mean, I should have, knowing that Turtle Boy was gonna get into that courthouse, but no matter what, they're gonna try to stop him. At least now we know, no matter what, they're gonna try to keep Turtle Boy out of there, no matter what. So if you were not convinced that they've been targeting Turtle Boy, I mean, what else do you need? What else do you need? Because I mean, the thing is he's right. Like Brian Albert, big bad Brian Albert is so shook up. He's so shook up by Turtle Boy. I mean, he told the news. You heard. What's her face? Fucking not Nicole Albert. Julie Albert. Call Buchanan Bukaki. Fantastic. So yeah, I'm gonna look up what's her name? Grace. Grace Curley, okay. All right. All right. So I've got that pulled up. It's going to be a few minutes before he goes up there. I was going to go over something else. But that can wait. Actually, we may have a little time. I think we got time, actually. I'm gonna give let's see here real quick. So remember the review I did yesterday? Somebody got a little butthurt over that. Somebody had a problem. And yeah, let me remember this lady?
Today I did a video.
All right, shut up. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown. And yesterday I did a video explaining why I thought the front lawn theory of the defense was rather ridiculous. And what I was attempting to do yesterday was explain how a person who, if this man committed the crime, right, Albert, that he would certainly not dump the body straight on his own front lawn, that he would have found a better way to deal with it. I got a lot of flack, of course, from people who 100% believe this is a big conspiracy. And I was accused of not knowing any details, not knowing any of the evidence, never having watched.
Holla.
Saying the trial, I just don't know what I'm talking about. But no, I do know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying
No, you
that
don't.
we
No, you
shouldn't
don't.
wait for the trial to finish to find every shred of information that's going to be given by both the prosecution and the defense, whether we will find that, or the jury finds that Karen Reed is guilty or not guilty. Sure, we should all be cognizant of the fact that more may come out. This is true. However, what I said yesterday about the ludicrousness of this guy just dumping the body right on his front lawn, right in front of his house. So, hey, maybe it's me. It's silly. Now,
The thing is, lady, is we all think it's ludicrous. That's what you're missing. Is we all think that it's absolutely ludicrous, that it's insane. Stop it.
so then the question comes, why are they using this defense? And I want to get into that a little bit more, and I call it explaining away the evidence, because the defense has a huge problem. What is the huge problem? The evidence that points to Karen Reed being involved. That's their problem, all right? If they didn't have that problem, they wouldn't need the defense they're using. But
No, because if you've been watching the trial, you'd see that this is not a problem for Karen Reed. Her defense is absolutely doing everything it's supposed to do and showing Karen Reed couldn't have done this. Little by little, there's more and more questions coming from that house, 34 Fairview. All of your questions need to be directed to 34 Fairview. Plain and simple. It just is what it is. And the defense is proving this through their cross-examination, witness by witness.
But the first problem they have is that Karen Reed did drop her boyfriend off at that location. And there are no witnesses that says he went into the house. So all they have at this point is he was dropped off and he ends up.
There are no witnesses who say that he went into the house, but those witnesses who never say he went into the house that have testified so far have been proven to be liars by the defense. This is kind of important.
And he ends up dead on the lawn. So his body is there in the lawn. They must explain that. There's only two explanations. Well, there's three. I'm going to give you the third one. One is that Karen Reed hit him with a car and he ended up dying on the lawn, or that Albert dumped him there. The third one would be this could be an accidental death kind of thing, something that nobody would get charged.
Everybody, this is the go-to, by the way. Everybody wants to go this route. This is the safe place for people. Well, I don't know if she's innocent, but I don't want to say that she's guilty. I think it was an accident. I think that she accidentally ran him over. No, stupid. Listen. Okay, Pat Brown. There's an independent federal investigation. And in that independent federal investigation, the findings dictate that Karen Reed could not have hit John O'Keefe with her SUV because John O'Keefe's injuries are not consistent with that of being hit by any vehicle whatsoever. That means Karen Reed didn't hit him. Period. Full stop, as Alan Jackson pointed out.
Charged with. Let's say John O'Keefe actually went into the home, to the party. He walked in. He was hanging around drinking way too much. And at some point, he was so drunk, he stumbled down the basement stairs and fell and cracked his head and ripped up whatever. He cracked his head on the wall or whatever. And meanwhile, the dog was down there. So the dog came up and grabbed his arm and caused some damage to it. And he's like, oh man, what happened to me? But he's still really drunk. So somehow he just staggers out of the house, manages to get partway across the lawn. Maybe he's confused. He thinks maybe Karen's still out there with the car. Maybe he just doesn't know where he's going because he's has a concussion at this point, or he's got bleeding in the brain. So he's just still out there and ripped up point. He was so drunk.
Okay. All right. You know I got to do it, y'all. You know I got to do it.
Dumped him there. The third one would be this could be an accidental death kind of thing. Something that nobody would get charged with. Let's say John O'Keefe actually went into the home, to the party. He walked in. He was hanging around drinking way too much. And at some point, he was so drunk, he like stumbled down the basement stairs and fell and cracked his head and ripped up whatever. He cracked his head on the wall or whatever. And meanwhile, the dog cracked his head and ripped up whatever. He cracked his head and ripped up whatever. He cracked his head on the ripped up whatever. He cracked his head on the wall or whatever.
Oh my God,
and
lady.
meanwhile, the dog was down there, so the dog came up and grabbed his arm and caused some damage to it. And he's like, "Oh man, what happened to me?" But he's still really drunk. So somehow he just staggers out of the house, manages to get partway across the lawn. Maybe he's confused. He thinks maybe Karen's still out there with the car. Maybe he just doesn't know where he's going because he's has a concussion at this point, or he's got bleeding in the brain. So he just staggers on the front lawn
Oh
and
my God,
dies.
lady. You're the gift that keeps on giving.
All right.
No, nobody said that.
That was
Nobody. Okay, Pat Brown, let me explain something to you real quick. Nobody but you has come up with this cockamamie, ridiculous fucking story or theory, but you. Nobody, fucking nobody has come up with this. Nobody thinks that if it was an accident, John O'Keefe got drunk and decided, oh, look, a basement with stairs. Well, oops. And then tripped and fell. And then the dog, Chloe, is downstairs in the basement fucking dragging John by the arm. But now I love that you're now acknowledging that it's dog bites. Good for you. And I love also that you're acknowledging that John O'Keefe went inside the house. I mean, thank you so much for that. Wow. Lady. I mean, you're a criminal profiler. Now, here's the problem with your little theory, by the way. It completely contradicts your reasoning for the last video that we had so much fun reviewing. It completely contradicts your reasoning as to why Karen Reed is guilty, because your reasoning is nobody. Why would this man, this police officer, just dump a body out on the front lawn? Well, here you are justifying that for some reason. I guess he would if it was an accident. No, and then lie about it, and then get everybody else to lie about it instead of taking him to the woods and then dumping him somewhere in the wilderness, make it look like an animal attack, right? I mean, but yet, I guess Brian Albert would never do something so foolish as to dump a body in his front lawn unless somebody fell down the stairs and his dog attacked him. Got it. Awesome. Yeah, no, I've got that pulled up, Stacy. I'm ready to go for that. It's just, it hasn't started yet. Jen Del Rio, thank you so much. Pat Brown is a clown. Absolutely 100%. I mean, I'm not even going to get through this whole thing, but
that would be an accidental death. Nobody would be to blame.
Wow. Genius.
But the defense can't go there. Why?
Yeah, they can. Why not?
Because they have to explain away the evidence that points to Karen Reed. Otherwise, they could just say, yeah, she
What?
dropped him off. No biggie.
The evidence against Karen Reed is already explained away. Pat Brown. The defense is building up to this because the evidence is so weak that the defense doesn't even have to prove that the fragments of taillight were planted. They don't even have to prove that. They just have to make sure that the jury doubts whether or not that evidence is legitimate. And they're already doing it, and they haven't even presented their defense yet. All they've done so far is cross-examine the prosecution's own witnesses and has made them all out to be fucking liars. And those are the ones that aren't lying, that we're just scratching our heads over as to why the fuck the prosecution even brought them up to testify in the first place, because they seem to be testifying for Karen Reed. So Jesus, man, this lady is really dumb. I'm going to bring up Grace Curley. Well, not literally. I mean, I'm going to bring up her show. Just so I have it ready here. Actually, no. The way that we had to listen to this last time was different. So hold on a second. Oh, no, here we go. Yeah, no, we're good.
Audit. I was astonished by how much they were able to help me. Not only did they save me money, but they identified coverage I had but didn't need, and coverage that I needed but didn't have. They helped me, and I know that they can help you. Contact Dan and Paul at RizzoInsurance.com or by calling them at 800-267-6500. That's RizzoInsurance.com or call them at 800-267-6500.
People are home more than ever, and now is the time to clean or update your home with Kennedy Carpet's new luxury vinyl flooring that looks as good as wood. Kennedy Carpet is an old-fashioned company that still answers their phones and sends out their flooring technicians and not a subcontractor. Find out all of the new flooring options they offer today in your home or visit their beautiful showrooms in Needham and Weymouth. 1-888-KENNEDY. That's 1-888-KENNEDY.
Kennedy Carpets and Cleaners.
I'm Lori Kirby with a quick check of the stories trending right now on WBZ News Radio 1030. More testimony today in Dedham in the Karen Reed murder trial, continuing coverage on WBZ News Radio 1030. Turbulence on board a Spirit Airlines flight touching down at Logan Airport. Two men allegedly were fighting mid-flight, coming to blows right as that jet touched down. The two men have now been banned from flying on Spirit Airlines in the future. Police and riot gear move into the campus of MIT overnight, clearing out a tent encampment. A 16-year-old is facing charges in Worcester.
All right. In the meantime, no, I heard her say before I shared the screen, Turtle Boy is coming up next. So we're in the right spot. Hey, that's what I'm here to do, man. PP Pants. And you win Handle of the Day. Absolutely. PP Pants. You keep me entertained as well. I love hanging out with you guys. Oh, I took the audio out so that you guys don't have to hear so loudly all the commercials and whatnot. My audio is not fucked up. You're hearing the radio through my headphones. I'm waiting to hear Turtle Boy start, but I'm trying to keep you guys from being subjected to it's nothing cleaner than radio station commercials. Here we go.
outside all weekend long. And then just in time to go back to work on Monday, we'll warm back up 60s and 70s for early next week. This weekend, temperatures are in the 50s, about 5 to 10 degrees cooler than we typically would see. At least we're dry today, 54. Tomorrow, there is a slight chance of a shower, 55 the high. Sunday, Mother's Day, a cloudy day, 1 or 2 showers, not much rain, 56 the high Sunday. I'm meteorologist Terry Smith from the Weather Channel on the Voice of Boston, AM 680 WRKO.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus. GoDaddy.com became the top seller of internet domain names in the early days of the internet revolution. It would eventually make the company founder and Marine Corps veteran Bob Parsons a billionaire, despite his team not exactly loving the new name.
I said, how about Big Daddy? Taken. How about Fat Daddy? Taken. And then on the old America Online, you had to type go. So I said, how about GoDaddy? Available. So I bought it as a joke. And so the next morning, I told everybody, we're going to call the company GoDaddy.com. And they're going, that is a terrible name.
Catch every episode of 60 Minutes, America's most watched news magazine show, as a podcast. Hear in-depth investigations across politics, news, and entertainment on your schedule. Listen to 60 Minutes wherever you get your podcasts.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow.
I know.
iHeartMedia is your access company.
I mean, they're
Go
probably
to
waiting
iHeartResults.com for
on
more.
Turtle Boy, trying to get him put through.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new.
Yeah, they're probably just trying to get everything lined up for Turtle Boy so they're playing commercials. I mean, the ad companies are not. Yeah, it's exactly typical. It's all good. I mean, if we just saw Turtle Boy from the courthouse. Of course, it's going to take him a minute to get situated. Yeah, why can't the court sound this long? That's a good question. Why don't the attorneys have microphones in the courtroom? Weird. I mean, we've got and you know, and Chris Albert fucking sniffling.
To their limits. From Wondery comes Joe Exotic, a story about 2 people who want to save animals and destroy each other.
They can go from purring and cuddly to just wanting to kill you in the flash of an eye.
Joe Exotic.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
From Julie Albert. Let's talk a little bit about what happened. The trial was going on. All of a sudden, the judge stops. What prompted it? And are you surprised that you got kicked out? And also, we were wondering here, have they put in any parameters? Like, are you going to be allowed back in if there's certain witnesses they don't think you're going to upset? Or is it done now?
No, I mean, this is par for the course. I'm not surprised in the least bit that they tried a shenanigan like that. I mean, they arrested me and charged me with a boatload of felonies for journalism. And I asked these people questions. People, like, let's be frank, clearly the evidence shows these people were involved in a murder, right? And these are big, tough guys like Brian Albert, 6'2", 250 pounds. The idea that he is somehow intimidated by me, it's embarrassing. It's emasculating. He should be ashamed to tell a grand jury that he's ashamed, that he's afraid of me. It's self-emasculating what he's doing to himself. So no, none of these people are actually afraid, right? I'm not surprised that they actually tried this. They knew that I am a credentialed member of the media. nothing is beneath these people. These people sent me to jail for 60 days over a lie, over charges that they dropped the day that I got out of jail. It was all fake. Everything about these people, all they want to do is shut me up because I'm too effective at reporting the fact that the state police covered up the fact that the Alberts and the McCabe's murdered John O'Keefe, and they don't like it. And they don't want me in that courtroom because my presence there makes them uncomfortable because they know that I've been exposing them. I saw Julie Albert on the stand today. She knew that I was in that room today, and she called Trooper Buchanan.
Hold on, Aiden. Before you go,
nickname.
Say that word.
Don't
What?
say the nickname. Let's just say a nickname that you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I gave him a sexual nickname, a sexually inappropriate nickname that sounds like Buchanan, and she called him that twice. She called him that twice. It just shows that I'm in her head, and that's not my fault. I have a right to be there. It's not my fault these people are rattled by the fact that I'm, an award-winning journalist and I'm exposing what they've done. So no, I'm not surprised about this at all. But what I am surprised about, or not, that's not surprised, is, that Judge Cannoni thinks she could just trample on the First Amendment. That because these people say they're scared and intimidated, that suddenly my right to the freedom of the press should be relinquished. It's garbage.
That's
It's
a good
nonsense.
point.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah, no, I've been inside courtrooms with these people before. Since then, there's been Karen Reed hearings that I've attended, and they've been there. And that's okay. And two judges, not one, two, Judge Krupp and Judge Pomerol across the street, have both adjudicated already that any stay-away orders in place against these witnesses do not exist inside the confines of a courthouse because I have a right to be there. Even people who have domestic situations, they're allowed to be in a courtroom with somebody who's charged with abusing them because there's no safer place than a courtroom. They just don't want me there because I'm in their heads. I'm rattling them. And you saw that with Julie Albert on the stand today.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Aiden, and I do want to talk about Julie Albert, and I do want to talk about her testimony and some of the things you were tweeting about it. But first, I want to ask you, what was the reaction in the courtroom when we know a lot of people there, not just Julie Albert, but a lot of people there are following your reporting. They know who you are. I'm sure there's a little bit of a focus on you when you're there. Was there any sort of gasp? Were people surprised? What was the reaction from people who were also in the press or just in the courtroom in general?
Yeah, people in the press were sympathetic towards me. I won't say any names because I don't want to get them in trouble, but several members of the media empathize with me, and they're disgusting. There's a guy in the line by the name of Grant Smith Ellis who stands there in the line all day when I'm standing there and has been trying to prevent me from getting in, and he calls me a rapist. He just stands in the line, calls me a rapist over and over again, just blatantly defamatory nonsense. Tells me I have to leave, I can't be there. And he's dressed like a bum. He smells horrible. Goes and takes bong rips in his car. Everybody in the pool is disgusted by this guy, right? But he's got a press pass, right? And his mother's Wendy Murphy, the attorney, and he's allowed in there. And every day outside of court, he harasses Karen Reed. Dude. And the other day he asked her, "Are you sleeping with Alan Jackson?" Blah blah blah. And it's that's allowed, but I can't. Right. But the problem is Karen Reed isn't part of a protected class. The McAlberts are. You can harass and intimidate Karen Reed. You can harass and intimidate me. I was intimidated last week by one of the witnesses in Southie named Tristan Morris.
I saw that.
He tried to punch me in the face on video. He's supposed to be testifying today or tomorrow. And somehow he's the victim. He's scared of me. Right. He's the one threatening to punch me in the face. These people are attacking them. Shame on all these corrupt acts.
Okay, now, Turtle, I do want to ask you about Julie Albert's testimony today. So she goes to Brian Albert's house, and let's just, we got to, I understand why you're all revved up here. I don't blame you at all, but we got to be careful about any sort of accusations we throw out just on the air, cover ourselves here. I want to ask you about Julie Albert. She testifies that she got to Brian Albert's house at 8 a.m. to deliver 8 donuts to Brian Albert Jr. And she says there was no police or caution tape on the lawn. Now, again, this is something we were just talking about with the hush money trial. You don't usually put a witness on the stand unless you know what they're going to say. Do you think the prosecution knew that she was going to basically admit that the Canton and State Police were incompetent with this crime scene?
Nope.
Yeah, I think that was. I don't think they knew that was going to happen at all. I think the defense got that out of her. That the defense wanted to point out. So you went there and you could just walk across the lawn. You could just contaminate a crime scene. She said she had no idea that when she got over there that John O'Keefe had been killed. None. She apparently just delivers 8 donuts to one man in a blizzard because it's a tradition, and the tradition doesn't end even in the middle of a nor'easter. That's what they want us to believe. It's nonsense. Julie Albert, by the way, was alerted allegedly by Jennifer McCabe, according to her own statement, at 4:55 a.m. 4:55 a.m. before the body was found, that John O'Keefe was dead. That's what she wrote in her witness statement.
Yeah.
And, she's never had to explain that. These people are liars. We're seeing it right now in Nicole Albert. Nobody watching this trial right now believes a word Nicole Albert's saying, including the jury.
Exactly.
Now, I want to talk about the text messages between Julie Albert. For people who are paying attention right now, Julie Albert is Colin Albert's mother, and we're going to talk about Colin in a second. But one of the lawyers, Yannetti, was referencing text messages between Julie Albert that were sent to Courtney Proctor. Tell us who Courtney Proctor is. Tell us what was in these text messages and why they're so important to the case.
So Courtney Proctor is the sister of Michael Proctor's lead detective in this, and Julie Albert has messaged her before, offering a gift. On the day that Karen Reed was arrested, she offered a gift to Courtney Proctor, or to Michael Proctor through Courtney, as a thank you, she said, as a thank you on the day Karen Reed was arrested. And she specifically mentioned that, she was very worried that Colin, her son, was going to be questioned. And he never was. He was never questioned by the state police, despite the fact that he was inside that house when John O'Keefe arrived. He doesn't have a verifiable alibi. They got him dead to rights, and he was never questioned about it. He had animosity towards John O'Keefe, and the police just never talked to him about that. So their own texts prove, right, that they knew, that Jennifer McCabe knew, I apologize, that the Proctors knew the McAlberts. So it's undeniable.
Yeah, you know what I thought was interesting today, Turtle Boy, was yesterday we had you on, we were talking about Chris Albert and how his timeline kind of revealed something different than what the prosecution is pushing, and his timeline actually did place his son in the house. But today you were reporting on the fact that when Julie Albert got up to testify, she was trying to explain why he went to the house to begin with. And this to me was a real head scratcher. Can you let people know what she said?
Yeah, she said something to the effect of that he was at his buddy Mike's house, and then he got picked up just to be brought to Brian Albert's house to say happy birthday to Brian Albert Jr., and then leaves a couple minutes later before the party starts. Like when the adults get there, that's when the party starts, right? So we are to believe that Colin Albert is just so addicted to saying happy birthday in person. He can't just send him a text. He has to go there in person just to say happy birthday to his cousin, Brian Albert Jr., and then his mother has to hand-delivered donuts there the next day. I mean, Brian Albert Jr. is like the Queen of France. Everything you have to, you can't say happy birthday to him with a phone call. You got to show up in person, and you must bear donuts with you when you go and do that. It's laughably stupid. I cannot, and there's no way anyone with a brain is believing anything they're saying right now.
Now, you did tweet at one point, Julie Albert is noticeably, this was before you were kicked out, Aiden, so maybe things changed once you left, maybe things calmed down, but you said, Julie Albert is noticeably nervous whenever she has to answer questions about her son, Colin Albert. She knows that his life is on the line based on the testimony she gives here. One, I want to say, is that a little bit of hyperbole, or do you really feel like if someone makes a wrong move, Colin Albert could be looking at something really bad? And number two, what I would ask you is, given that you feel that way, how do you think she did?
I thought she did horrible. But you noticed it with Chris yesterday too. Chris was very cocky on the stand and arrogant with his answers. But whenever they asked about Colin, he gets noticeably choked up and nervous, and he's not as funny anymore. That's his son. He loves his son. And it's very obvious that he knows that if I say the wrong thing here about Colin's life is on the line. In my opinion, this entire operation has been all about protecting Colin Albert. I think that's what this whole thing is. They've tried so hard to get that kid out of the house at the time John O'Keefe has gotten there. And they've had this huge PR push to get him in there. So yeah, it's very noticeable whenever they bring up Colin that his parents get immediately very different, like worried almost.
Now, will Colin take the stand at any point, do you think? Is he part of the witness list?
He's on the witness list.
He is, okay.
He's on both parties' witness list. So he's not, if you've ever heard Colin talk or listened to his poetry, he's not going to do well. He's not, I can't imagine him doing very well. He's been hidden. His parents have been hiding and protecting him. Would they get him on that stand by himself? Oof, it's not going to be pretty.
Turtle Boy, was there anything else in Julie Albert's testimony? Now, keep in mind, I've been on the air since 12, and so I was keeping up with it pretty much all morning, but I did have to kind of take a pause on it. Was there anything else that stuck out to you that the listeners should know about?
Just they're very evasive, all these people. They're very dishonest. They get caught in lies a lot. And I don't know. She just seemed rugged. She came up there chewing gum. It was bizarre the way she presented herself. I don't know. These people just come across as like having something to hide. You'd have to actually see their demeanor and listen to their answers to know how. And they're constantly being bailed out by the prosecution and this judge who isn't letting in evidence that shows that there was a conspiracy to kill John O'Keefe.
Now, Aiden, I apologize if you already answered this, but I want to ask again, what going forward do we have like a precedent for when you're going to be allowed in, or are you just officially banned from the courtroom?
So I can come in any time when as long as the witnesses I'm being charged with witness intimidation against are intimidating. So like when the medical examiner gets up there, I can be in there, but I can't be in there when Michael Proctor's in there because the big bad state police detective is scared of me. So,
I hate to say it like this, Aiden, but it's going to be a lot of the interesting witnesses. You're not going to be allowed to be in there.
It is. But you know what? I can live stream it. People you got to look at the bright side. They just made me famous. Millions of people across the world are watching the Karen Reed trial, and they stopped it for an hour to talk about little old me. And they put my face on camera, and now I've gained like 500 followers like last hour. I should write him a thank you card.
Yeah, Aiden, I said that earlier today. I said, and I wasn't trying to be fresh, but I said, Turtle Boy. I mean, this is kind of a win for him in a lot of ways. He gets to not be in the courtroom, which I haven't been in a lot of courtrooms, but I know that you're limited in what you can do. And like you said, they just brought a lot more people to your site.
They did, and people are going to start reading up about it, researching it. They're going to realize how egregious this is. Sure, it sounds bad on paper because you're like, oh, witness intimidation, that's bad. But when people actually look into it, they're going to be like, oh, no, it's actually just journalism that they've decided to criminalize in order to protect these people.
All right. Thank you so much, Turtle Boy. Everyone can follow him at Dr. Turtle Boy and tell people where they can check it out on the website.
TVDailyNews.com or our YouTube channel, Turtle Boy Live.
All right. And he will be on with Howie Carr later today. So you have that to look forward to as well. We will be right back. 844-500-4242. Don't go anywhere.
All right. So that's that. Right on, Turtle Boy. Yeah, this is completely insane. This is just completely insane. Turtle Boy speaking the truth. Free Karen Reed. Agreed. Thank you, Sherry D. I appreciate you. Yeah. This is, as I stated before, I mean, everything that the Commonwealth, as far as Turtle Boy goes, it's the Streisand effect. Now the whole world just watched Turtle Boy's rights being trampled all over. Like you're trying to make him out to be like this villain, and you just made him a victim of the justice system. You just made him a victim of the Commonwealth when he's actually out to prove that the Commonwealth is weaponizing the law to help cover up someone is trying to weaponize the law to shut someone up who's trying to expose a cover-up. I mean, if you're trying to make it look like there's no cover-up, you're failing. You're failing because you targeted the guy who is exposing it. And how much of what he's actually exposed has been used evidentiarily. I don't even know if that's a word. I just pulled that out of my ass. I don't know. But Bradel addressed this. Bradel absolutely addressed this. Bradel said that the Commonwealth is weaponizing this law in order to retaliate against Turtle Boy because he is exposing evidence, and evidence that's being used by the defense in this case. And the Commonwealth doesn't like it. This is the most insane shit I have ever seen. Benjamin John, I beg to differ. They are winning at failing, winning at failing. Where is it? Here we go. I got to give it there we go. Absolutely, Commonwealth. Bradle's so sick of this shit, dude. Like, and here's the thing: is they fucked up so bad. The Commonwealth fucked up so bad. District Attorney Morrissey's office fucked up so bad by contracting Ken Mello to handle Turtle Boy's case. They fucked up so bad by bringing that guy into it, and this guy fucked up so bad. Sorry, I got distracted by chat there. This guy, Ken Mello fucked up so bad by trying to sanction Bradle for simply misspeaking. I mean, it was easily proven that he misspoke. And so Bradle's in a position where it's like, all right, it's one thing you go after my client, and now you're going to go after me simply because I'm representing him. You, Ken Mello, that guy, the worst fucking attorney I've ever seen. Like, I swear to God, Lolly's the worst lawyer I've ever seen next to Ken Mello. Like Lolly's right above Ken Mello. Ken Mello is the worst. And so Ken Mello goes after Turtle Boy's attorney. And we just saw what Bradle's made of. This isn't the first time we've seen what Bradle's made of. This is the first time the fucking world saw what Bradle was made of. But this isn't the first time we've seen what Bradle's made of. And Bradle he's sick and tired of this bullshit. He's pissed off. He's angry. Bradle is passionate about the First Amendment. And then what happens? Judge Beverly Cannoni just showed the world that she's willing to trample all over someone's First Amendment rights. She even acknowledges that he has these rights, yet basically says, my courtroom, my rules, too fucking bad. Same thing we've heard Mark Randazza say. The judge can do whatever she wants. It's her courtroom. There's nothing we can do about that. But make no mistake, it's still a violation of his rights. Now, I don't know how much they're going to appeal or what. I don't know what's going to happen. Because it's not like they're trying to throw Turtle Boy in jail. But they're keeping him from being able to do his job. I mean, because make no mistake, this is Turtle Boy's job. Turtle Boy retired from being a high school teacher in order to be a full-time journalist. This is part of the job of being a journalist, an investigative, award-winning journalist. This is part of the job. This is the biggest true crime trial that has taken place in I don't know how long. And it just because here's the thing is it's the craziest trial that I've ever seen. The fact that more people aren't talking about this is beyond me. I mean, what I think that this trial did, what this case did, was separate the men from the boys, so to speak. It separated the men from the boys. Like, who's willing to step up? Who's willing to put their name on the line? Who's willing to put their name, their face on the line to talk about what is wrong with this case prior to it being proven by cross-examination in this trial? Who's willing to do it? And very few of us stepped up. Very few of us stepped up. I mean, I had people criticizing me on their channels talking about, Claire, man, why would he do this? This is fucking stupid. You're going to put, I mean, this woman's clearly guilty. You're going to put your name, you're going to put your channel's going to be done when this is over. That's what they said. That's what they said. And I knew exactly in my heart, I knew exactly that I was on the right side of things. Every single time that I have talked about a case and I have felt passionate about it, I know in my heart that I'm on the right side of things. I know, and I have known for a long time that I have been on the right side of this case. And I was very careful. I was very careful. I mean, but that's a good question, Jenna Rocco. And let Nick know that when I got to hear, he did a great job on that radio station early this morning. Yeah, I laughed at people when they were trying to tell me, Larry, you're crazy. I was like, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm looking at the evidence. This is what's wild. It's like it's right. It was right there available to everyone. It was right there available to everyone. And people were scared. People were scared. Oh, how can we talk about cops this way? Melanie Little said it best. Melanie Little was like, dude, corruption fucking happens. You people are crazy acting like corruption doesn't happen. Like conspiracies don't happen. Of course they happen. Amy in Boston, thank you so much. No matter what side of the coin you support, everyone should be scared of what the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is doing here. It's sickening. Exactly. Agreed. Thank you so much, Amy in Boston. I appreciate it. And as soon as I got the support from the locals there, I was like, that was the solidification that I needed. Because you guys are there. You guys are living under this umbrella of corruption daily. I'm watching you guys speak up at these Canton Select Board meetings. I'm watching you guys fight. I'm watching you guys take time off of work to stand out there in support of Karen Reed, in support of justice, in support of Sandra Birchmore years after the fact. I'm watching this in real time. And I'm telling you with all of my might that I would have felt like an absolute fucking coward if I did not speak up on my opinions on this case when I'm looking at all of you doing what you guys have been doing out there day in and day out. Resistance to Silence doing their live streams on top of being out there protesting. You guys aren't even seeing. You guys are seeing a fraction of the protesting that Resistance to Silence organizes and participates in. You guys are seeing a fraction of that shit because you're not subscribed to them. And you should be. You should absolutely be subscribed to them because they're bringing awareness to the corruption in Massachusetts. Like now you're seeing it through entertaining memes because it's a big trial and everybody's talking about the drama of the trial and blah, blah, blah. Great, great, great. That's all fantastic. But there's a serious problem in Massachusetts right now. And there are people out there that have been addressing this for a long time. There are people out there who are relentlessly trying to bring awareness to this. That's funny. Well, tell your limey nurse that I said hi. I hope you're better, Pearl. I hope everything's okay. We love you. You know we love you. Pearl is awesome, folks. And Mike McGrath, man. You know, I'm so grateful to the people that I've encountered here. Of course, Turtle Boy, and developing an association with him has been a privilege. But not just Turtle Boy. You know, Dana, Paul, Tracy, Scott McGinnis, Tom CPU, Dina, Rita Lombardi, the Roccos, Nick and Jenna. I mean, Young Jerks, Mike McGrath. I mean, amazing people, amazing people. Like it's and to watch people like try to say that these people are violent, insane. LTL as well, yeah. Violent, insane, you know, angry mob. Nobody's an angry mob. The angriest person you see is Turtle Boy. That's the angriest person you see. And he's not even all that, like, he's cracking jokes. He's cracking jokes, you know? He's doing what he does. And this is the thing is we've all been talking about this. Back when I was talking, the first time I talked to Dave McGrath, first time I talked to him, we were talking about how if this goes to trial, this is going to be the most insane trial ever. It is. It's proving to be. Nothing has been this crazy since Casey Anthony. Nothing has been this crazy. Before that, OJ Simpson. Nothing has been this crazy. Like, there's so many people eating their words. We just watched a fucking idiot. Like this idiot right here. Just look at her, bro. I didn't even do that pause on purpose. I can't lose with my pause game. I can't lose, bro. Let me check to see if court has started back yet. It should be starting back any second, so. Okay, we got OnlyFan. Oh, wait, let me give it a like. All right, here we go. Thank you, Vanessa London. The cover up runs deep. A Boston PD officer named Carl Dougal got tossed from courtroom or intentionally bumping into Karen. He should be tossed out. He absolutely should be. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Vanessa. And I just got a PayPal from Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you. Thank you, Aaron H. Appreciate you as well. As long until the fan makes me puke. Yeah, so I mean, it's too close to lunch being over. So it's just a question of like when they get situated. So I don't want to remove this from the stream just yet. I don't want to miss a second of what's going to take place moving forward. Like this is the end of week 2, and this shit's already insane. And people want to sit there. I guarantee you, these idiots are all over Twitter are saying, "Oh, Turtle Boy making a mockery of the court." No, he just wants to sit there. Like he's just trying to sit there, dude. Like, yeah, good point, Pearl. I mean, I always believe the victim. The thing is the victim's not around to speak for himself. And I get it. I was watching this with Kids Club too, man.
You are unmuted.
We're talking about a bunch of cops. I don't like to shit talk cops and accuse cops of crazy shit like that.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back in session.
All right, can we have Ms. Albert, please?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Little, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we start, Exhibit S, which was marked for identification, I believe the proper foundation is laid. I'd ask.
So let's not do that from there. Let me see it, please.
Sure.
Do we have S as in Sam, or X?
Identification.
S as in Sam?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, it wasn't today?
Why don't you come to sidebar, folks?
Oh, thank you, Sandra, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. I don't know what this sidebar is all about now. Probably having something to do with stupid nitpicking bullshit about numbering of the exhibits. I mean, people, it was funny when that person, that's how powerful the media can be and how influential the media is right there. People don't independently look for facts generally. Some of us do. But that woman was like, well, you don't hear any of the stuff that people are saying on the news, do you? So I don't believe it. Karen Reed is guilty. Think about that.
Is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview.
Yeah, not a photo.
Not a photograph.
Okay, sure. Now you can approach the witness if you. Oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Microdots.
So that will be our next exhibit, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you.
You actually need it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Microdots.
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes.
She obviously had access to the house.
Yes.
The door wasn't locked.
Nope.
that's sort of a typical practice for you?
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in supposed to lock it. They didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you've had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow.
Ooh, here we go.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who was freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You
Why?
can ask a shorter form of that question.
Lolly and his fucking whining.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets in the house, correct?
Yes.
You were also lying next to a first responder
Objection.
that morning, correct?
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor your husband came outside to help Johnny, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
Bullshit.
Okay.
Show Jennifer
Still?
McCabe's phone records.
Thank you, Your Honor.
With regard to phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m., did those phone calls wake you up?
No,
Did you answer those phone calls?
no,
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
No,
So fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
no.
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went to voicemail.
Come on, dude.
Now,
It's laid out.
regardless,
Answered, yes or no.
You're
Deleted,
wrong.
yes or no.
Mhm.
Following that incident in May of 2022, what, if anything, did you and your husband do with regard to the person that had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
And can
The
you
dog is
share
dangerous.
for
Why
what
rehome it?
Steps that you took in the process of rehoming your dog?
Well, initially I had called a bunch of shelters and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her if she was dog aggressive and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog. And so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont. I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit.
Wow.
She wanted to take Chloe and we made arrangements and I went and met this woman halfway and I gave her Chloe.
Twattendorfer.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
For a few months after I,
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the substance of it, but
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when
Who is she?
your sister Jennifer
Where's the
McCabe was
dog?
in your bedroom, hysterical that morning of
Produce the
February 29th,
dog.
was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the evening
Who's
or
the
two
owners
in
of the
morning
dog?
when people had come from the waterfall back to your home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, you were cleaning, and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight. Is that correct?
Yes.
How long a period of time were we talking?
I don't, wasn't very long, a couple minutes. Wasn't watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, a relatively short period of time.
Yes. Yes.
I have nothing further.
okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah. Who are the owners of the dog now?
So you need to take this down, sir. Thank
Where's
you.
the dog?
There was something that was just up there. Go ahead.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record, but the objection sustained.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Here we go.
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
Where's the dog?
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case?
Yes, I believe I have.
You have.
So the Commonwealth didn't share discovery then.
Do that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So why didn't the Commonwealth share it with the defense? Where is the dog? Who took the dog in? Where is poor Chloe, as Koffendorfer, who seemed to have this inside information? It is now being confirmed that Koffendorfer's story about what happened to Chloe is absolutely and totally consistent with Nicole Albert, and only Nicole Albert's testimony of what happened to Chloe. Nobody on this planet has spoken out loud with definitive certainty as to what happened to Chloe the dog, except for Jennifer Koffendorfer and that woman sitting on that stand today. That, along with the email that we know that Jennifer Koffendorfer sent or received, or both, we know that she is absolutely working for the Commonwealth. Jennifer Koffendorfer is a paid mouthpiece for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. She totally just threw Lolly under the bus because she's like, I told the Commonwealth about what happened to Chloe. Yet here we are, and the defense is like, you did? Because I'm sure they requested it. I'm sure the defense requested it, but never got it. Never got any information as to what happened to Chloe. Oh, yeah. I mean, people, like, you got to be blind. You've got to be blind. I mean, yeah, yeah, Mike McGrath. Yeah. That was Jennifer Koffendorfer, who rolled up on 34 Fairview just the other day, taking pictures of the house without any permission.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Thank you.
Brian Albert, come on, Brian Albert.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call, excuse me, Mr. Brian Albert to the stand.
Woo-hoo! Here we go. Oh, this is going to be fucking beautiful.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Norwood?
Approximately a year.
Why is he dressed like a
who's
Quaker?
anyone you live in Norwood with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Ask you just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your wife, Nicole. How long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7, yes.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by
Sure. The next sibling after me is my sister Kathleen. Then I have a brother Chris, a brother Kevin, a brother Keith, a brother Brendan, and a brother Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes,
And how many children do you have?
5.
And how old?
So my oldest daughter is 29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today. And I have twins, or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
And in total, about how long have you been a resident of Canton before moving to Norwood?
Approximately 45 years.
And that address, that's 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and your kids moved in?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
So you had spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
I did, retired now. Retired.
What did you retire?
Boston Police Department.
And how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police Fugitive Unit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you with that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone?
He's literally dressed like a fucking
So I went to
pastor,
New York
bro.
for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York for that?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York for the funeral?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew were familiar with working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those.
He's supposed to look at the jury when it's.
Is
Yes,
he a police officer as well?
he is.
He's probably in the habit of that.
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
If he's a retired cop, he's testified
He
a
was.
bunch of times.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes,
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now,
Gay!
as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you flew?
So that weekend there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning. So we ended up driving, or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then who, if anyone else, went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charlestown?
It was at a police station, Charlestown Station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
And that was in reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
And after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge.
Was that a personal vehicle or work vehicle?
Work vehicle.
And to get dropped back off at your work vehicle, where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. Not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes,
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the Hillside to the Waterfall?
Yes.
About how long a drive is that?
Maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, I at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the Waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the Waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the Hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the Waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in and I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin, I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as where it is that you are.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie. And then Nicole's sister is Jen. And then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yeah, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the one?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
Trace the signal.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking that?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
So how did you like that?
Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
Sort of information and cell numbers, things like that.
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone call or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrived, who, if anyone else, came into Waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people are on Boston Police?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did he work?
I believe he worked at the Surrey unit which is the sex offender registry unit.
Your wife said you didn't know each other.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you had heard?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times.
Your wife
and I knew
said
that
the opposite
he had
of
a
all
horrible
that.
couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
Bruh, your wife was lying, homie.
How would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the waterfall with the defendant. For clarity purposes, you're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
Just ask the record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with
The
regards
woman that I'm trying to
Ms.
frame
Reed,
right now.
Had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that
No.
now, when they came in, and by they, I'm sorry, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction, or more than one interaction, with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving, or left, or transferred. And, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket? Or
Hard to remember after I burned it all.
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And
At that time.
over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
We all started dancing when they played
How
Footloose.
would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the waterfall that evening?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it was just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
Right after their rendition of That's the Way I Like It by Casey and the Sunshine Band, they went into Closing Time by Semisonic.
That you were a part of. What was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife, Nicole, my daughter, Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry. So the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter.
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take it back just for a moment back into the waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And
we got a steel table there too.
No,
That's
some
great to
people
cut
didn't want
lines
to
on.
go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the waterfall?
Yes.
And what was that?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife, Nicole, mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34th Fairview, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using the bathroom?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
You big dummy.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the video from the waterfall. Gentlemen, with reference to channel.
Okay, smartass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
I'd ask you to fast forward to 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, Mr. Albert, directing your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With with the time band across the top there, I can't really. I can see some people around the table that we were standing.
Your wife saw it, fool.
Which would be this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to the 19 minute and 58 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. Now,
Y'all are funny.
Mr. Albert, from what you observe up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
Doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, we're now stopped at the 11:57 and 50-second mark. You see a group sort of making their way towards that front door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards it?
Yes, I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy, and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
You're a detective. Stop it.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. If you could just press play again for about 30 some odd seconds.
Hold on, let me come over here. I need a Mick Ultra. Hold on. Get me a Mick Ultra.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You could take that down, and then Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for one other video from channel 1, the second one down. If I could ask you to fast forward that to about 5 minutes and 10 seconds. And ultimately, I'm going to ask you to play it from 5 minutes and 10 seconds to 5 minutes and 50 seconds. If you could press play now.
Wow. What's this guy have, man? Like strapped to his back there.
Generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
The same group that was just walking to the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot.
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Thank you. So, Ms. Gilman, you
Oh, okay. So it was somebody from the band and they had band equipment. That makes sense.
Now, Mr. Albert, when you get to the parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, you're the one driving. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is in your car with you on the drive back?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time you came out?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but could you, as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back from New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many around this time in January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles did you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles, and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at college. Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
All the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has
We're a small dick family, so we drive big vehicles. That's how we are.
You or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you, I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had 2 friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacation?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his 2 friends?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
About how old was Colin around then?
I believe he was just about 18. 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the 2 girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the 2 girls. Brian and the 2 girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. Brian. He just said he was getting picked up.
You said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now, at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay. So they arrived sometime after Colin had left?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah, yes, we did.
Okay. And what kind of pets did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog and the clothes?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? And what I'm asking is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard? Or
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
so the entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
And beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
So went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
And when you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
Oh, come on. I see what you're doing here, dude.
Based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Get the fuck out of here with this.
That's why we didn't hear the fire trucks, because we're so used to the train.
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house was everybody else sort of sitting?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen, but they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. You know, we were wishing Brian a happy birthday, and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
And what kind of photos are we talking?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines, or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time were we talking?
Very, very quickly, you know, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down and people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day. Yes.
Yeah.
And so, at any point in time, after you went upstairs after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
When you popped back down, how many people were there?
I think Jen and Matt were still there, and the two, Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
And who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time, if you know, was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you know, you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
Jen McCabe's getting thrown under the bus here.
Over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're lying.
And you're a piece of
At
shit.
some point, your wife Nicole, you share a bedroom with, did she come upstairs?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, is, as far as the front doors and the back doors, is that, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
Oh, another rephrase.
When you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
And how was that? Let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock the doors?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them, or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so
Chicka wow wow.
2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
Go.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't, but it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs, watched TV, and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
And the dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
That's not what Nicole said.
Attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, the daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
Bullshit.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came in?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Objection.
Next question, please, Steve.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
She said John, stupid.
At some point,
You just said she said John.
during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that,
This
not just
motherfucker is lying.
the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go down?
She said that the police. She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them.
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was. Yes.
Did you socialize or friends or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times,
You
and
lying motherfucker.
I knew him to know my brother Chris.
You lying
And so
motherfucker.
knew him is essentially what I'm asking. Knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both.
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
Lies.
Initially, when you first see Officer Langley by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with him?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Langley at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
Do you know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen here?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew.
Take a deep breath, buddy.
Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with them on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes, the second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Now, going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife, Nicole, my sister-in-law, Jen, her husband, Matt, had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins
Why did you call Brian?
because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that
Why?
what had happened.
Why was it important for him to
As far
know?
as you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms.
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
He didn't even ask you that.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house. And my sister-in-law, Julie, also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law, Julie, came by your house?
Yes.
And why was that?
So She has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law, Julie, was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that morning?
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out in the driveway?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes, I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
As far as when that was described to your sister-in-law, Julie, how would you describe sort of her?
So the chaos started after all the fire trucks and cops left, right?
Shock.
Got it.
That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt. Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house, and I think she came back later in the morning, but so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law, Julie, came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Her husband, my brother Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to call Dunkin' Donuts to the stand.
When you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened, and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
Fucking liar.
At any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I didn't want anything to do with it.
Sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of verging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning. At any point around there, were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name, Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers prior to that date?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met
Nice.
Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with him?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe's?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
And at the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who, if anyone else, they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you?
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matt?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
Bullshit. Bull fucking shit, dude. You oversaw every fucking word.
Yes.
We probably won't get to cross today because see, what you got to understand is they're playing. This is what shows that the prosecution is completely full of shit here. They haven't presented one iota of evidence against Karen Reed. They are playing defense against the defense's defense.
I'm going to show you a series of
Think about it.
Sure.
They're trying to get ahead of the defense. That's their entire prosecution strategy here. That is very telling. It is incredibly telling. Two weeks of prosecution presenting their case, and yet they have not presented any evidence against Karen Reed. Everything is a strategy to get ahead of what the defense is planning to go with this. Where the defense is planning to go. Everything the prosecution has done has been this.
So what I've just presented you with been previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate portrayal of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury to discuss with the witness briefly.
Okay, you can put them up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start with exhibit 58. Mr. Albert, sir, there should be on the desk in front of you a laser pointer. Actually, we already talked
I have that, yes.
So What's up on the screen currently, do you recognize, is that what's depicted in Exhibit 58?
Let me see. I have them out of order here. Just give me 1 sec.
Dude, come on with this bullshit. Is this your house? Can you identify this as your house? Yeah, dude.
So yes, this
We
looks
know
like,
it's his fucking
the
house.
photo exhibit 58 that you handed me.
And this is a photograph of your house, sort of, if I'm standing on the street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
No, there's no sidewalk. So the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, a straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe that?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite. It's the color is black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
And in this area of the left side of your property, what if anything of note is sort of in that area of the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole with the American flag and the Marine Corps flag. And there is we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
And so for all the years that you've lived there, either as a child or as an adult, you really don't know what that electrical box does or what it is?
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed. And, we don't really have much to do with it.
I grew up in the house. I have no idea what that electrical box does.
29, as far as where you saw the police vehicles or the cruisers. Do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general area as you were describing with the fire hydrant, flagpole, things like that.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
And from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say this is taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before?
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out your window or at some later point on the 29th?
Yes.
And from this photograph, if you could just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located?
So my driveway was this area right here, and that's the garage doors.
And from within this photograph as well, you mentioned that there were sort of two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
Sure. So the door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it, but there's a door in this, I guess, breezeway area, and that opens up into the family room.
And one last thing from this photograph, sir, if the window that you were looking out, see that window in this photograph as well, and can you draw the jury's attention?
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here. Yeah, in the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 60.
You say 60?
60.
Yeah, this is all fucking fluff. It's bullshit.
And And so what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what you have before you as Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway and the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that generally what it was on January 29th, as if that's what the roadway looked like?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, it was snowing, correct?
Right. So the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So what I'm asking is, when you came home that evening,
Wow.
early morning of the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covering?
Yes.
The next photograph, Ms. Gillen.
Okay, so what are you trying to fucking prove here, man?
And again, now looking at what is Exhibit 61, is that correct, sir?
1 second.
I'd like to look at more pictures of my house because I don't want the big nasty defense attorney to ask me questions.
Essentially a closer up image of the area, the fire hydrant, electrical box, and the flagpole that you were talking about before.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Is this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
So you were mentioning earlier in your testimony that the area where you saw the police cruisers when you looked out your window in the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Yes.
And do you happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
And do you see sort of the property line in between your house and the next door neighbor's?
Yes, I believe that row of trees is the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor.
Yes, they appear to be in line from almost the street to the white fence.
And that white fence sort of in the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
And the next photograph is coming, number 63. Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard, is that correct?
1 second. Sorry. Yes.
Now, with reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34 Fairview Road, is that an area of the yard that would be of particular use, or did you go in that area of the yard all that much?
No, we didn't really use that area too often. There's a large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
Don't worry, guys. Brian can't hear the sirens.
To this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard. There's no street light there at all.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph, Exhibit 64?
So that's the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
If you could, just using the laser pointer and direct.
Oh, yeah. So the door would be right in here.
And from the driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what, if anything, is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door,
To the other door, the front.
there's a brick walkway.
Yeah, there's been no objection yet from the defense.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Ms. Gilman, Mr. Albert, this would be number 65. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant, which is to the left front of my yard.
How do you know that?
You can take that down. Thanks very much.
How do you know that it's that fire hydrant
Now, Mr. Albert,
in your yard?
with the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
So over the course of the next couple of days, there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following in front of the house.
So later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police?
Oh my
presence,
fucking
was
God,
occurring?
man. The weather again.
I believe it rained a few times during that time.
And as far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring with the snow as the days went on following the 29th?
I believe so. Some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the snow was just dissipating due to the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house, and obviously at some point you moved from the house on Fairview in Canton to Norwood, correct?
Yes.
And when was that sort of first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
What was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling the house?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had sold around that time. And it was a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily gone yet, but it was close and we thought we could get a good deal for the house. So that's when we started exploring it.
And then we settled on $50,000 under market value. So
he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
And when was that?
So we didn't end up selling until April of 2023.
And as far as prior to selling the house, what, if any, did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
May I have just one moment now?
Yes.
I mean, the market was good. We thought, the monkey see, monkey do reasons for
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a second?
monkey see, monkey do reasons for selling a house. Well, then we jumped on it and we got a really great deal. We sold it for $50,000 less than what we could have gotten for it. So, seemed like a great deal at the time. Come on, dude. And that hasn't even come up yet.
I love that shit. I mean, yeah, the day's gonna be over, I'm sure. Because we're 13 minutes from 4:00, so this is a fucking joke. I mean, the fact is that this dude is his wife has already contradicted some of his story. Lank has already contradicted some of his story. We haven't even heard from Higgins yet. That's going to be fun. We haven't heard from Proctor yet. That's going to be fun. We haven't heard from Jen McCabe yet. That's going to be fun. I mean, it's well established now that Colin Albert was inside that house at the time that the prosecution is saying that John O'Keefe was killed by Karen Reed, whereas they tried saying that he had already came and left. We now know that that Colin Albert was absolutely inside the house. I mean, yeah, this is if you've ever followed a case closely before, to the point to where you followed the trial, and I mean recently, the last couple of years, right? In the last couple of years where you followed a case through from the moment, let's say somebody was murdered, they were trying to figure out who it was, they find the person, they catch the person, charge the person, then there's a trial, right? I mean, 9 out of 10 times the prosecution is on it. Prosecution is just breezing through evidence. So far, prosecution hasn't presented one shred of either physical evidence or even circumstantial evidence against Karen Reed. Not yet. 2 weeks into this. 2 weeks into this, and they are playing nothing but keep away. They are trying to get ahead of what they anticipate the defense is going to do. That shows me that the prosecution is playing defense. Remember when I said this before this trial even started? I was like, this is weird. So far, every time I see the prosecution stand in front of the judge, every time I see the defense stand in front of the judge, the defense are the ones with the accusations. The defense are the ones presenting a case.
So, Joe, rather than start cross-examination of Mr. Albert,
Shocker.
Break for the day, and I did want to give you some scheduling updates because there have been questions from you folks and requests. So next week will be a full week with him, every day next week. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be full days. I'd like us to pick up the pace a little bit here, no repetitive testimony so that we can move things along, but we are moving things along. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday will be full days.
Are you though?
Wednesdays and Thursday next week will be half days. The week I wanted to address with you, where we were already going to be off the 29th and 31st of that week. There's been a request and it makes sense. We will now take the 29th, 30th, and 31st off rather than have you folks come in. So you'll get 3 full days, sort of maybe in the middle of this trial, to be able to just kind of regroup. And I figured everybody would welcome those days, but I am going to ask you to give us a full day on the 28th. So think about that this weekend. So the Tuesday will be a full day, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be down. Okay. June 7th, we're off. We will end June 6th at noon instead of 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it. I always like to tell jurors, just leave everything here. Your notebooks, literally, figuratively, just leave it here. Have a great weekend.
You got to understand that if the jury requests certain times off and they give a valid excuse, the judge is going to accommodate them. So she said prior that it was due to requests made by certain people in the jury. So, that's going to happen from time to time. If you've ever followed a trial, it happens. Here we go. Thank you. Here we go.
In session. Any other evidentiary issues I should be prepared to spend some time on this weekend?
Not for the Commonwealth, no.
We can wait on that.
I heard you say we can wait on that, but I'd like to know, is there anything that I should be taking a look at?
Right, no, I wasn't, I was talking about something different. I think with regard to Brian Albert, there's really nothing other than I wanted to talk to my co-counsel over the weekend to get the court to potentially revisit the ruling that you just made, which whether you do or you don't, Your Honor, I think you've heard, we can hear more potentially. But with regard to Caitlin Albert, Your Honor, there is the issue of the photos between her and Katie McLaughlin. I just wanted to flag that for the court. I think we've addressed that already, and I think the court had said we'd take them on a photo by photo basis.
No, what I said is you need to approach. So before she testifies, let me know where we stand.
Will do.
Okay. Or before your cross-examination.
Will do.
All right. Do we expect to hear from her next week?
Yes.
Okay.
I think probably Monday.
Probably Monday.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Okay, so they're
All right,
expecting.
Thank you.
All right, so they are expecting Caitlin Albert to testify Monday. Give me 1 second here, folks. Let me pull up Tom here. And I have to step away for just a second. So I'll leave you with it for a moment.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here they go. He did. Hey, you and Mark.
Yeah, sub to Tom CPU, guys. We're gonna go ahead and drop this video in chat. Make sure to give it a like.
So I was wondering this week, but like, I think Sue and Alex will be back, but I don't know.
Windy day. So we basically heard the same story from these two fucking assholes, the Nicole and Brian Albert, about what happened to Chloe, the same thing that Twattendorfer said. So I am 100% convinced that Twattendorfer has been a paid mouthpiece for the Alberts.
I don't remember it.
Now, I have no evidence that she was paid, but I mean, let's just face it. She's a mouthpiece for the Alberts. We've been suspecting it for a long time, but it's established, in my opinion, that Jennifer Coffendorfer is absolutely a mouthpiece working for the Alberts, the Mick Alberts, I should say. And if I had to guess, I'd say it
Oh,
became
John, I
very
heard you.
obvious, and Court TV probably cut off their association with her. What?
So it's
I know, buddy. I love you. You're just gonna have to wait a second.
they're getting us.
Okay? I'm in the middle of shit.
Getting us.
You gotta wait, bro. Thank you. She gets paid lots
Really
of
good.
nails and crank. Right. I want to know, like, we're just supposed to take their word for it?
Oh, yeah.
Why has there never been any confirmation as to what happened to Chloe the dog? No actual confirmation. Thank you, Susie B. I appreciate you. You have a great weekend as well.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Rehomed my balls. I don't want to hear that shit. I want to know. I mean, if she was rehomed, then there's somebody would testify to that, right? Wouldn't somebody be able to confirm that? The owner of this home that she was rehomed to? They don't have pictures. She was a family dog. There's no picture. Raising and rancing and bouncing about. Why?
Because we're in the shade.
To proof of.
I mean, it's sunlight and shade, sunlight and shade.
Why can't they provide proof of life of Chloe?
I can't zoom.
It
doesn't let me zoom.
I want proof that Chloe's alive.
Or it says it replaced the 20th. I have to find that out too. Gracie's in there. She needs to find out. Because they said 49, 30, 40 minutes.
Hey, thank you, Jen Del Rio. Appreciate you.
Karen, how do you feel after week 2?
I feel very well. Good job, Karen. Good job, David.
Hi. Who do they talk to? Who's in the house? What's in the house? Sometimes
Hi, thank you. Thank you.
Wait. I've learned. I've learned stay on the outside.
Okay, no, I'm not letting anyone come near her. We got this. Look at this. Oh, the line back up back here.
She's so cute. Oh.
Brady violation. Tom Brady?
Take this.
Missed it. What's she giving her? That's a parent. Her parents? Yeah, but where are they? Her parents. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Do you want to take this?
There's a little kid there. I don't like to show little kids on my show if I can help.
Look at her.
Say have a good night.
Oh, there they are, right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come
Oh,
home?
yeah.
Are you done?
I-
Are you
Yeah,
still
what about
filming?
the
Are you still filming?
Yeah.
I'm convinced that
Can't
What
Chloe-
about the like got the thing down? What about the bracelet there?
They have it.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you live still, Tom?
As far as we know, the only renovations done to the house before they sold it was the basement floor. Chloe's gone.
Happy Thank you.
I mean, come on.
This is how.
And Nicole Albert specifically said that, oh, well,
Right
no,
here.
Brian didn't know John. They worked in the same police department, but
Happy Mother's
you know, it's
Day.
a big place.
Come. Come. Have a good weekend. Have a good weekend. You deserve it. Yes.
Oh my God. Cool.
So nice.
That was everybody. That was everyone that did that. I like that idea. I need that. What's up, bud?
Nice to meet you, man.
How are you?
I came here for the first time because
Did you?
Because of you, man.
Are you kidding me?
I listen to you every fucking day. I swear to God. And I was scared. I talked over there. I was
Look at poor Scott.
I said, if I see Scott, I'm coming out the fucking truck. But I mean, if I see Tom, I'm coming out the truck.
Yeah.
If I don't see Tom, I'm not getting out because my heart is racing right now. I'm like, I don't know where the buffer
Tom's got
zone
a
is.
fan,
I don't
I
know.
love
You're all set. Just follow the crowd.
That's
You're
what
all
I did. I parked right there. I was like,
No.
I'm shitting bricks right now.
No,
I don't
you're
know where
good.
to stand.
No, you're good.
But
See this? Look at these are all the people here, right?
I came
Right?
here yesterday. I was
And
like, I don't know where the fuck to go. And I'm
Right?
not fucking.
These are all the supporters, right? He's from Canton Cable, the guy with the bald head, right there. See
So
him?
this
That's him.
grass is good.
Well, not really. They don't want us on it, but they can't do anything about
So
it.
if I cross the street, I'm getting locked up because I'm like,
No. Now, see, court's out of session. It's all bets are off right now.
oh, okay.
It doesn't matter.
So if the court's in session, I can't walk.
You can't walk in the buffer zone with
See, I don't know
any
what that
type.
is. So my
The buffer
heart,
zone
my heart
is.
like,
Listen, there's that barrel. That's the buffer zone.
so we're good there.
Well, good, but it doesn't matter because court's
over.
over.
Yeah.
So it's only when court is in session.
Right. You guys are doing a good thing, man.
Yeah, they're all
sleep with you,
It's not
Blair,
Nettie.
and Turtle Boy.
Yep.
It's a hat.
Everyone does their part,
and I'm
right?
like,
There's Brian and Mike and
they all, yeah.
I mean everybody. It's I can't name everybody. Go to YouTube and just I mean.
No, I
it's
told you,
crazy.
I'm
It's
on
so
it.
much
I'm
out
on
there.
it every fucking time. If you go to my YouTube right now, I was just watching you, and
it goes across the board.
I was watching you live. I'm like, but I was like, oh, he's by the stairs, so I don't know if I should go by the stairs. But you guys are doing a good job.
Thanks, bud.
You guys are doing a good job.
We're all trying our
We
best.
work hard Monday through Friday here every day. And
I'm lucky. I'm blessed to be able to do this.
what a corrupt fucking.
Yeah, it's the issue.
Piece of fucking cunt.
Yeah, no.
Are we winning?
We haven't even got the bat yet, buddy.
Well, we got to be winning.
Listen, they're turning up a bat.
We're winning, bro.
We're just and the hits and all that.
I should put it this way: the prosecution's losing.
That stuff.
No, we got.
Kidding me? You're the best people in the world here. Hey, it was nice meeting you.
23, 21, 19, 17.
It does, doesn't it?
I don't know if there's.
Explain this to my kids.
You're not. They'll already know. Huh? No, unless you're good.
Huh?
They're probably closed
Oh,
now.
no, yeah.
4:30. No, they're closed at 4:30,
How
don't
did
they?
you know them?
Great.
What did she say when you
She
gave
was
them?
like, you know,
All right. Yeah, I mean, yikes. Sorry, I'm looking at all kinds of news here. Nothing that has to do with the case, just other shit that I'm just like, oh, wow. Okay. Steve Bannon may face jail time. Shocker. Um, yeah. So yeah, people. So I mean, the big takeaway from this is that we're in week 2. So far, everyone's been caught lying. Um, everybody that the prosecution has brought up has either basically testified on Karen's behalf, or have been caught lying, which in turn turns out to be a testimony for Karen. So, I mean, this is just the wackiest shit in the world. This is proof right here that this should have never even, I mean, this should have never even gone to trial in the first place. That's a fact. The grounds in which the defense filed their motion to dismiss this case, that's all showing now. Okay. On top of that, the fact that we're 2 weeks in and the prosecution has yet to show anything that even resembles evidence against Karen Reed, anything that could be used to actually prosecute Karen Reed. I'm talking about physical evidence, even circumstantial evidence, none of which has been presented. And it's 2 weeks in, and Judge Bev has yet to put a stop to this. Now, at this point, it's a good thing. At this point, it's a good thing, because the more these fuckers run their mouths, the more that these fools run their mouths sitting there on the record, on the stand, and lie, that's going to be evidence that's going to be used against anybody who's actually responsible for John O'Keefe's murder later on. So I'm glad that it's continuing now. But the fact that Judge Bev has yet to put a stop to this is very telling. It's very telling to me. Now, I don't know how the law works necessarily, but if you're in, common sense dictates to me that if your job is to pursue justice and you're seeing what seems to be a gross miscarriage of justice, you're seeing what's coming to fruition that was predicted in a motion to dismiss prior to trial even beginning. You're seeing it actually happen, and you're still not putting a stop to it. That tells me everything I need to know. Because the fact of the matter is here, folks, that this is a gross miscarriage of justice right now. We're seeing it happen in real time. And Judge Bev is letting it happen. Now, again, it's a good thing, because the more of these assholes that sit up on the stand and lie, the more evidence that's going to be used to indict them later on. Because I don't know what planet you're living on. I don't know what drugs you're fucking taking if you can't tell that everybody up there has been lying. If you can't see the overall grand scheme of things, if you can't step back from the doctor's office, magic picture, right? Because looking at it, you're looking at it with all those pixels, right? And all those pixels is you knowing how a trial is conducted and why a trial it takes place in the first place. That's what's distracting you, is what you know of the law so far, what you know of how justice is being carried out so far. That is what is blinding you. But if you step back and focus just a little bit and look at the big picture, you will see that there is no justice being sought here except by the defense. There is no justice being sought by the prosecution. Nobody is even presenting. Lolly has yet to present any evidence that is damning to Karen Reed. None. Everybody's testifying that she seems sober. Everybody's testifying that John and Karen seem to get along just fine. Everybody's testifying that they never heard John or Karen even fight. They haven't even established motive. People, wake up. We're at the end of 2 weeks of this trial, 2 weeks of the prosecution presenting their case, and they haven't even established motive, much less any evidence. Whether it be physical or circumstantial, the prosecution hasn't laid out a case at all. Would you agree that this is the time that you showed up to the waterfall bar? You met up with this person, this person, this person, this person? Who was there? Is this your house? Is this the house you went back to? I mean, that's all we're seeing. Now, eventually, don't get me wrong, eventually Lolly's going to call up somebody. But who's Lolly going to call up? Lolly's going to call up an expert for the phone records, right? The Celebrite person, the Celebrite guy. Again, that is to get ahead of the defense. The whole purpose of that is to get ahead of the defense. I've never seen a case like this. It should be very telling to you that the prosecution's entire case is in the form of getting ahead of what the defense is going to do. And all the defense is doing is cross-examining the prosecution's own witnesses, dude. That's got to tell you something. That's got to be telling. The fact that nobody is acknowledging this is astounding to me. Where are the law tubers saying this? Now, I don't know. I haven't been watching Melanie Little lately because I've been streaming myself and I've been wanting to watch. It's hard to find the time. But I'm wondering if she's saying anything even similar to what I'm saying. I'm curious if there's at least an attorney with a YouTube channel out there who's validating anything that I'm saying with their own observations. Because I'm not seeing the prosecution present any type of case against Karen Reed so far at all. No, the case, it shouldn't be making you stupid. The case should not be making you stupid. It should be making you smarter. It should be opening your eyes. Yeah, DUI guy has been. Yeah, that's true. Spectre report. Thank you. Larry from the DUI guy has been. I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, the prosecution actually wasted at least 30 minutes of the court's time today trying to ban Turtle Boy from the courtroom because it's so fucking important to the case that Turtle Boy not sit in the courtroom. Think about what that comes off like. Think about how that comes off. That the prosecution wasted the jury's time sitting back there eating bagels and drinking coffee while Lolly wasted the court's fucking time with trying to get Turtle Boy banned from the courthouse when all Turtle Boy is doing is sitting there and tweeting along with the rest of the other journalists that are sitting up there reporting on the case. I haven't been watching Emily D. Baker. Sorry. Like I've been trying to say, and people have been trying to avoid the Turtle Boy issue. You can't ignore the Turtle Boy issue when it comes to this case. What did I say before? It's not people making it about Turtle Boy. It's not even about Turtle Boy making it about himself. That's an argument that people are having. But the fact is, Lolly made it about Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy wasn't bothering anybody. And then what does Julie Albert do? Up on the stand, she refers to Buchanan as Bukaki, the nickname that Turtle Boy gave him, showing that she's been watching Turtle Boy. Now, if she's so intimidated and she wants nothing to do with Turtle Boy, why is she watching Turtle Boy's channel? Why is she reading Turtle Boy's blogs? Because we know for a fact that she is. We know for a fact that she is now. Everybody is so concerned with Turtle Boy, and why? I mean, like if you're trying to like keep him from being an issue in this case, you're failing. You're failing. You're absolutely failing. If you're trying to separate the Turtle Boy issue from the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe issue, you're failing. And you cannot separate the two because the two of them are connected now. They're officially connected thanks to the Commonwealth. They first did it through an opposition motion, and now they did it in open fucking court. I mean, that's just the truth. I don't want to hear that bullshit either. Turtle Boy has destroyed a lot of lives. Be that as it may, I don't think that's true, but be that as it may, it has nothing to do with this case. It has nothing to do with this case. You're gonna intimidate Michael Proctor, a Massachusetts state police officer. You're gonna intimidate this guy, Turtle Boy, who has no record whatsoever until now, until covering this case. He never had a record, but he's intimidating Michael Proctor. He's intimidating a guy like Brian Albert. Get the fuck out of my face with that. That makes no sense. That is absolute and utter bullshit. That is just plain not true. It can't. It's just not true. So now you're trying to shut Turtle Boy up, and now you every time you pull some shit like this, he's gonna get louder and louder. I'm trying to tell you, if you hate Turtle Boy, you're failing in your efforts to try to shut him up. You're failing. He's already gained 1,000 more followers on Twitter. Just today, he's gained over 1,000 more followers on Twitter. Just today, he's gained 1,000 more subscribers on his YouTube channel. Just today. Thanks to that bullshit that the prosecution just pulled. I mean, didn't they learn the first time? Didn't they learn the first time? Turtle Boy went into jail with like 35,000 subs on YouTube. Walked out 2 months later with 50,000. You think that would have happened if he hadn't gone to jail? No. No fucking way. So like if you hate Turtle Boy, you're just fucking dumb. Because all of your efforts have been consistently backfiring. And that's on you. I mean, Come on, man. And you're going to tell me that the jury, no members of the jury are going to hear about this? You know, you think that them sitting back there eating coffee and, you know, drinking coffee and eating bagels, that this shit's not going to get back to them in some way, shape, or form? That while they were sitting back there eating bagels and drinking coffee, that Bradle wasn't sitting up there talking about Turtle Boy and trying to defend him? Lisa, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, I know. I'm just killing time until Howie Carr. I'm just killing time until Howie Carr. Because now Turtle Boy, since this, has not only gained over 1,000 subs on his YouTube channel, over 1,000 more followers on his Twitter, and he was already a guest on Grace Curley, and now he's going to be a guest on Howie Carr again. Howie Carr's on fire about this. Howie Carr is following this and killing it. Oh my God, Peggy gifted 50 memberships. Jeez, y'all. Oh my goodness, people, give it up for Peggy. Peggy's amazing, dude. I don't deserve you, Peggy. You are too sweet. All right. I'm getting to work on the members only stream. I'm gonna plan it. You have my word now. I am going to plan it, and then and it will be soon, I promise. Because I have a lot of members now for this channel, and I'm incredibly grateful for it. So I'm gonna do something special for you guys. I know I've been promising that I've been tossing around the idea, but I'm going to do something special for sure. I just discovered your commentary and I'm so impressed. I grew up with these people and your assumptions are spot on. Thank you for speaking out. It's my pleasure and I'm happy to do it. And I'm grateful to the audience that I've built talking about this. Because I mean, there's nothing more rewarding than being passionate about an issue, speaking your mind on it, and knowing that your voice has become effective and you're gaining traction and more people are hearing what you're so passionate about. So that means a hell of a lot to me. I can't tell you guys how grateful I am for my channel growing from this. Because it's rewarding in and of itself. And look, it's Laura. What's up, Laura? Thank you. I appreciate you. All bullshit aside, you are doing great on this case. Thank you. It means a lot. Yeah, and that was a hell of that was a hell of a gesture too, because Laura and I don't normally get along. We don't normally get along. For her to show that acknowledgement was a hell of a thing, man. But you know I got to do it because these are rolling through and there's no court going on and it's just got to happen, folks. It's got to happen. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. Betty's second box of wine. Irish haters can keep hating, only brings more spotlights. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hold on. Let me see if I can get Howie Carr pulled up here. Because you know how we do here. The more they try to shut Turtle Boy up, I mean, the more I'm gonna like do what I can to keep him as loud as possible. Like it or not, people, it is just the way it is. Okay, I guess he's muted. But why is he muted? Oh,
This
no,
one's
he's not
in,
muted.
but
I
it's
muted him.
another
My
case
bad.
where rapes are going on, statutory rapes in this case, and they're just covering it up. The police push the documentation through to the district attorney's office. The district attorney is a Democrat, and they don't want to do anything. And they don't want to release any reports to the Boston Herald, my newspaper, even though we know about it, because they want to keep it. They don't want anyone to get the right idea, not the wrong idea, the right idea about these people and how we got them.
If you don't know about the recent Supreme Court decisions affecting Second Amendment rights, you should tune into Rapid Fire, our local 2A talk radio show, to learn more about the cases being brought to the Massachusetts court system. Join us every Wednesday at 4 p.m. at rapidfireradio.us or search Rapid Fire on your favorite podcast network. At Cape Gunworks, we are responding to...
I mean, gee, I wonder which direction this radio station leans politically. It's not a jab. I'm just saying it's quite the obvious conclusion there. But it's cool because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which side you lean on politically. You're right to speak your mind, no matter what side you lean towards politically. Your right is being fucked with in Canton, in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you vote Democrat. It doesn't matter if you vote Republican. You, as an American, regardless of what your political stance is, you have the right to speak on it. You have the right to have an opinion on it and speak on it. And it is being fucked with. Whether you like it or not, that's the truth. So I'm gonna leave you guys with Howie. I gotta feed Clever, so you guys are gonna have to hear Howie's commercials and look at him.
I'm a regular listener to the Howie Cash Show and have heard the ad for the Rizzo Insurance audit. I was astonished by how much they were able to help me. Not only did they save me money, but they identified coverage I had but didn't need and coverage that I needed but didn't have. They helped me, and I know that they can help you. Contact Dan or Paul at RizzoInsurance.com or by calling them at 800-267-6500. That's RizzoInsurance.com or call them at 800-267-6500.
Auctions are one of the oldest forms of commerce known to man. Auctions are how economies determine values for assets and commodities. Auctions are not a fire sale at a discounted price. Rather, auctions are an accelerated sale with competitive pricing. JJ Manning's accelerated auction process is one of the fastest growing segments in real estate. Manning's time-tested approach began over 16,000 auctions ago in 1976 by its founder, Jerome Manning. In the Manning method, the buyer pays their exclusive P&S and makes a 10% non-refundable deposit that day. In the Manning method, you set the terms which all buyers must follow. JJ Manning uses their 30-30 marketing plan, 30 days of marketing saturation and 30 days to close. To learn more on how to get your commercial, residential, or land sold quickly, contact Charlie Gill at 800-521-0111 or visit jjmanning.com. Call Charlie today at 800-521-0111 or go to jjmanning.com and get your real estate sold.
Hi there, it's Silver Dave from local Silver Mint in Ware, New Hampshire. I was a Green Beret in the Army Special Forces. Now my new mission is to get silver into the hands of Americans. At local Silver Mint, we have the best selection and the lowest prices. Come to our beautiful showroom in tax-free New Hampshire. See our rows of display cases and clearly marked prices. We have silver, gold, platinum, palladium in bars, rounds, coins, and more. Also, check out some of my inventions, which we make, like our Stealth Silver, which hides in plain sight, or our 1/10 ounce silver for barters and trades, or my newest creation, the Sterling Sword, solid silver swords, which also make great Father's Day gifts. In addition, we buy all things gold and silver, and we pay the highest rates. Also, check out local Silver Mint on YouTube and see our fun and informative videos. So come on down to local Silver Mint in Ware, New Hampshire, and stack it up.
Your valuables, whatever they may be, guns, silver, gold, jewelry, important documents, all need to be kept safe. Liberty Safe's home security sale is the perfect time to secure those valuables. With 20% off on select Liberty Safes and 0% financing for 12 months, Now is the time to buy. When only the best will do for you and your home, choose a Liberty Premium Home Safe. This combination gun safe for sale features some top security features. Visit libertysafe.com today.
This is Toby from Cape Gunworks. The Second Amendment is so important. Just like all other rights, the best way to keep any of our amendments alive is to come down and experience your right to keep and bear arms. Come into Cape Gunworks, try a range experience package, or rent a gun on our wall and see if firearms are right for you. We have private lessons and date night every Friday. All of these activities don't require a gun license. Come into Cape Gunworks or go to capegunworks.com and give us a shot.
Live from the Matthews Brothers Studios.
844-500-4242. Another very interesting day in the Karen Reed murder trial down in Dedham. And the day started off with Turtle Boy Aidan Kearney getting into the courtroom for the first time. He was dressed in a sporty white jacket and along with a black polo shirt. Looked dapper. And that lasted for about, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then they took a break. And when we came back to the TV, he was gone. He was gone. Aidan Turtle Boy Kearney, tell the people what happened to you today.
Yeah, so I mean, the First Amendment was once again lit ablaze by Judge Cannoni in the Norfolk Superior Courthouse today. First day on the job, with my new fancy press credentials. You know, I went in there and I felt, we had it's a mess to get in there, Howie.
Right.
There's only like 10 spots, so you got to have a seat saver. So I had people doing rotations all night, sitting in my
I
seat.
saw you brought him pizzas.
Yeah, I brought him.
Did you get it from Chicken Parm Charlie's?
No, God, no. I don't want to heart attack, Howie. I'm too young to die. So we got him from Dedham out.
Well, too bloody.
Delicious. And we brought him over there. And I get there in the morning and relieved the last guy and was waiting in line. I was fourth in line. It felt great walking into the courtroom. You know, jury came in. We saw Julie Albert testify for like an hour. And then all of a sudden, you know, my lawyer happened to be there, attorney Tim Bradle. And he was there for separate business, not for me. And then he walks into the courtroom, which I thought was odd, and goes over and starts talking to the judge and Yannetti and Jackson and Lally, and they're all talking. And it's like, well, and then all the other reporters are asking me, what's going on here? That's your attorney, right? I said, yeah, but he's here for an unrelated matter. And they said, then what is he talking to the other attorneys for? And then I found out afterwards that they filed 2 days ago a motion to exclude me from the courtroom.
Now, who did this?
want
The
me
prosecution. The prosecution did this.
Adam Lally, who doesn't represent any of these witnesses. He represents the Commonwealth. I don't know why he's acting as the lawyer for the witnesses, but he's been acting like that throughout the whole Karen Reed case as well. He acts like he's their personal attorney. And so he filed. He's like,
I've never heard of the prosecution. They tried to throw me out of a couple of trials. For the defense did, though, not the prosecution.
Right.
That really is unprecedented.
Right.
Everything about this case is unprecedented.
So
the prosecution is the victims. They're always the victims in this, in this whole saga. And this witness intimidation. You saw Brian Albert on the stand today. That guy looks like he could kill 5 people with his bare hands.
Yeah, dude.
6'2", 250 pounds, grizzled as all hell. That guy's intimidated by little old me. I mean,
yeah, but you know, it's interesting though, Turtle Boy. I was talking with a cop, and we were talking about how bad the firefighters were on the stand, and he said, but they're not trained to be witnesses. We're trained to be witnesses, and he said this to me before Brian Albert even took to the witness stand, and it just. The guy's smooth because he's been in this position. Even cops that don't testify a lot are trained to handle themselves, right? And that's what he's doing.
He came in dressed like Mr. Rogers with his glasses on, his reading glasses there, and he said he greeted the jury, tried to be all smooth. He's had a year to do nothing but talk about this case and figure out exactly what he's going to say. That's how long he's probably had a million conversations with his attorney, Greg Henning, about exactly what to say and what not to say and to get your story straight. I mean, the stories these people are telling, for instance, like why'd you get rid of why'd you sell your house, Brian? Oh, well, my brother Chris Albert sold his house, and that's what brothers do. One brother sells the house, the other one has to sell the house. These are the kind of stories that these people are going with. I don't think the jury's buying it, but they're all saying it.
$50,000
I got
under
a story
market
coming out in a
value.
couple days.
But he
I've
got a good deal.
Pictures that people have been sending me. There's this graveyard cemetery on Randolph Street in Canton. Jen McCabe's car and Brian Albert's car have been seen there on 4 separate occasions. Neither of them as a family member buried in that cemetery. We believe that they're too afraid to talk on the phone, so they're having these clandestine meetings, like, at graveyards or at cemeteries, and because they've had nothing but time to get their story straight and figure out exactly what they're going to say in preparation for this trial.
Oh, that is interesting. I look forward. When do you think that story is going to break?
I'll probably have it probably over the weekend or on Monday.
Yeah. So, but again, do you think they can? Again, Brian Albert is a lot smoother than any of the earlier witnesses. Do you think they can crack him on Monday?
He's got to go against Alan Jackson. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be Jackson. I mean, Jackson's been waiting for a crack at Brian Albert for a long time. I think he's met his match in this one. I think Jackson's going to win this one. And I think he's got a lot of explaining to do about why he didn't get. And the good part about this is that they're going to start getting their stories mixed up now. Like, for instance, Lank, when he said he went in the house, he said he just stayed in the foyer. Well, Nicole Albert said today that they were sitting around a dining room table together. And Brian Albert had a different story. So, like, all their stories are starting to vary. And Jackson and the crew are just taking notes on everything. And they're going to get them. You're going to see a show on Monday morning.
We learned a little something about Chloe today, about Chloe's habits. But we still don't know where Chloe went, do we?
Well, they say in Vermont. They don't say who she's with in Vermont or anything. I think they say all right. They say she got rehomed. I say she got re-gnomed. I think they got the Chrissy gnome treatment of that dog. I don't think that dog's around.
No, I don't either. I don't even want to get into the confusion over the name of the one of the state troopers. We don't want to get into.
Oh my goodness gracious! But that's why I'm banned. Is that so? I won't say the word. I didn't say it on Grace earlier. But I've nicknamed Buchanan, Trooper Buchanan. I gave him a nickname that's somewhat sexual, right? If you Google it, and that's what I call him. And I'm in the audience today. I'm up there doing my in the press box, and Julie Albert says this sexually derogatory name about the trooper in reference to him, and the whole courtroom's looking at me like that's your name. Like, I'm trying not to burst out laughing, and I swear to God, Alex, it's because she knew I was in that room. Like, it's in her head, and I think that's why they want me out of there, because I'm rattling the jurors. My presence there, they're not scared of me. They're just rattled by me. It's messing up their lives.
I'm just kind of like, going about my business, watching the trial, listening to the trial, doing other things in my office. And I hear you say that word, and like everybody else, I just suddenly came to rapt attention. I couldn't believe it that she would say something like that.
I can't believe it's said it twice.
And so much crazy stuff. You call this guy Chris Albert Chicken Parm Charlie and his mediocre chicken parm and all this. And so yesterday he's testifying that he goes to the bar. He closes his own restaurant, goes to the bar, and then orders some appetizers. That's how much he likes his own food. And then today it gets even worse because they're shutting up the bar. Everybody's thirsty after the bar, right? That's in Boston we go to Chinatown, down to Tyler Street, and so he says, "Hey, let's go over to my restaurant and I'll make some pizza." And everybody looks at each other apparently and goes, "Nah, I don't think so."
Yeah. We're good. We're all set, Chris.
We're all set, bro.
I mean, I know it's not funny, but it is kind of it is kind of amusing in a strange way. But the thing is, they really did do you a favor today, Turtle Boy. I mean, people are outraged by it, but this is the biggest favor they could have done. And and the fact that they're going to leave that chair empty. I mean, do you know how great is that? How great is that for your movie?
I mean,
that could be the end of each episode. Could be the empty chair.
Like, millions of people are watching this trial across the world. It's being streamed everywhere. People are glued to their TVs watching it, and then they stop it for an hour. Just put it on hold. And then this attorney named Tim Bradle comes up, and everyone's like, who the hell is this guy? And he gets his time to shine for 30 minutes. And then the cameras are on me, and something called Turtle Boy is holding up this world. Everybody's watching this trial across the world, and it's all held up because of something called Turtle Boy. You can't pay for this type of publicity.
Telling you.
And again, the chair is empty. So this isn't the title of your book, but it's definitely the title of one of the chapters, The Empty Chair.
Oh, absolutely. The empty chair. Pour one out for me.
And the other thing, Aiden, I noticed today that guy, your enemy there, the guy Wendy Murphy's kid, he opens up his computer and he's got all these banners on it. I mean, how is that allowed? And stickers?
Yeah. Everybody in the press corps hates this guy. Like, they can't stand him. He harasses Karen Reed outside of court almost every day. He yells inappropriate things at her, but it's okay when you do it to Karen Reed. But when I do it to, ask legitimate questions to these other people, it becomes witness intimidation. It's just so hypocritical. It's so hypocritical.
Yeah. And the other thing about trying to throw you out, because it would, it might damage her right to a fair trial. It's like they're going to appeal it. I think you're absolutely right. The more I've thought about it, they just want to get this not guilty verdict. They're going to blame a lousy jury. They're going to blame you. They're going to blame everybody but themselves, and then they're just going to let it go away. They don't ever want to try this case again. They would like this case to go away forever. This is total BS, throwing you out of the courtroom to assure a fair trial.
I mean, if they don't even care about the appearances of it all. Like, I knew when they arrested me last October. I'm like, wow, you guys don't care how this looks. I'm criticizing you. I'm calling you corrupt, and then you come and arrest me. The same people I'm calling corrupt, and then you put me in jail. And then the day I got out of jail, you drop the charges that put me in jail. You drop them against me, so you had no intention of bringing those forward. And then you do this while the whole world's watching, and you put a 200-foot buffer zone in, and you try to arrest 9 people protesting in Canton outside of a pizza shop, some random nice people, citizens, doing that. And it's just like, they don't care how it looks. They just don't care how it looks to the outside world. Because the First Amendment is literally ablaze in Massachusetts, and we're not going to stop. Like, we're appealing this decision. Let's be very clear. We're going right to the SJC, Attorney Bradle and I. We're going right to the SJC, and we have full confidence that they will see the light of this, how unconstitutional this is. And I'm going to get back in that courtroom.
978 says, why does it seem like the defense is spending their time defending the McAlberts rather than trying to get a conviction of Karen Reed? That's a good question.
I mean, the prosecution, yeah. I mean,
prosecution, excuse me.
Right.
Yeah.
They're spending their whole time coming up with excuses. So tell us we're calling Albert. Like, he wasn't really there, was he? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just like that's literally what they're doing.
Exactly.
Because they know that that's the only defense for Karen Reed is the third-party culprit. And so they have to spend their entire time defending these people because they have no case against Karen Reed. They have no real, strong evidence besides, I hit him, which police say didn't happen. And, the best friend of Caitlin Albert, who says the lying firefighter says happened. And it's the weakest case. So they got to defend the Alberts instead.
Yeah, 919 says, true, Howie. When I was in police academy, we did mock courtroom sessions. Yeah, you have to, right? So he does know what he's doing. And I'm looking for. Can you stick around for one more segment to the top of the hour?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, hold on. We'll take a couple of calls if we can for Turtle Boy if you want to get online.
Nice.
If you want to get on board, 844-500-4242. Allergy season is in full swing, and if you struggle with allergies, you need the Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. We know the Thunderstorm is great for removing unwanted odors, but it also helps to cut down on those seasonal irritants too. One user writes, quote, I bought the Thunderstorm air purifier for my son who has allergies. Since installing it in his room, he's had a lot fewer problems, and he says the air smells cleaner. It's a great product for the price, unquote. And speaking of price, right now you can buy one Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier and get a second unit for free. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com and use code HowieBogo to take advantage of the Thunderstorm air purifier BOGO deal. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier is so small and light that you can hold it in your hand and plug it right into the wall. The Thunderstorm can handle pet, kitchen, and tobacco odors or that damp smell lingering in your basement, as well as filtering out seasonal allergens from your house, office, or car. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier has received thousands of 5-star reviews. Be the next satisfied customer. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use code HowieBogo for the Thunderstorm BOGO deal. Hurry, these BOGO deals don't last long. I'm Howie Carr.
Looking for the perfect gift for the Howie Carr fan in your life? Or maybe you're looking...
Clubber, how was your food, buddy? Was your food good, buddy? What? Oh, was it that good? Clubber, really? Jeez, buddy. Clubber, come on, buddy. Jeez. Do you have this problem? Get yourself an Eden Pure air purifier in case your dog farts in your studio. Don't forget to use Howie as your promo code. All right, we're just waiting for Turtle Boy to come back from this segment. I know, buddy. We're gonna go out soon. Don't worry. Yeah, no, I mean, people, it seems like everybody with common sense is in agreement. I haven't talked to Turtle Boy today. I haven't talked to Howie Carr today. I haven't talked to anybody but you guys today. And here we are, all saying the same thing, all making the same observations about this case. They have not presented any evidence that dictates Karen Reed is guilty of this crime. They haven't, no physical evidence, no circumstantial evidence, nothing. All just trying to get ahead of the third-party culprit defense that they know that the defense is presenting. I mean, this is just insane. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, and how are you not supposed to laugh about it? How are you not supposed to joke about it? You know? And guys, I just got some confirmation. Okay. It's gonna be a while, I promise, guys, but I've got a special guest lined up. Okay. And it won't be until after the beginning of May. So it won't be for another at least another week. So a couple of weeks, most likely. But most definitely, I have a very, very special guest that just got back to me, and this person is definitely their word is good. So.
.com. Don't forget the code.
Howie Carr is back.
844-500-4242. I'm up about 100 today on Twitter, too. I'm riding in Turtle Boy's wake here, I guess. Turtle Boy, you're going to be ahead of me in about 2 weeks, I think.
I'm going fast. They keep doing me favors like
So, listen, you don't have to wait anymore now in the lines, right? You don't have to worry about buying pizza for the people holding your chair because you got an empty chair now.
Yeah. And honestly, Howie, like, imagine the SJC rules in our favor. We come back with this. I mean, that would be the ultimate victory. Like, you tried kicking me out and then we got overruled. I mean, that would be even better. So, I mean, either way we win. I'm good with whatever. You know, I can live stream it and, make money doing that. I mean, I'll be just fine at the end of the day. So I'm not worried about that. But I'm more worried about the Constitution and the precedent that's being set here. Like, you know, they brought Tim in. Tim was just happened to be in court on unrelated business when they decided to bring him over for a sidebar and just hand this to him. He hadn't even seen it yet. And he's like, well, I need time to, like, if I'm going to.
No, he did it. He did a good job too. He was citing the two. You've already gotten two decisions at the district court and the superior court level. Let's take a couple of calls. People want to talk to you, Turtle Boy. Elise,
absolutely.
You're next with Howie Carr and Turtle Boy. Go ahead, Elise.
Hi, Howie. Long time.
Thanks.
Hey, Turtle Boy. I'm a big fan. I'm a Turtle Rider. I contacted you several times. What happened today was just a total joke. I mean, the whole process today. You, Grant, Brian Albert on the stand. It was just disgusting. But what I found interesting is that Bev, who
The
sips
judge.
from her flask, the judge who sips from her flask all day, she didn't have a problem. Neither did Lally have a problem with you being there for Chris Albert.
No, well, I wasn't.
he wasn't in there. Yeah.
I've been there for several other hearings. I've been there for a lot of the pretrial hearings since I've been charged, but it didn't become in which they've been in the same room as me. So like these two other judges, Krupp and Pomeroy across the street, they both ruled that like it's safe in a courtroom. You can't intimidate someone in a courtroom because there's court officers there. Like you can't do it. It's the safest place that there is.
I mean, what's next, Turtle Boy? Are they gonna ban you from Canton? Are they gonna ban you from Norfolk County?
I mean, basically, I mean, we're almost getting there. I mean, there's a lot of places I can't go in the town of Canton. I feel unsafe when I go in there. I feel like I'm going to go back to jail anytime I step foot in that town.
Oh, what a mess. Thanks, Elise. Billy, you're next with Howie Carr and Turtle Boy. Go ahead, Billy.
Hey, Howie, thanks for taking my call. I kind of got on the case late, and I just wanted to know, because Turtle Boy just said it, did Karen Reed actually say I hit him the next day, or didn't she?
Turtle Boy?
Hello?
Did she say?
Did she actually say it?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's up. I mean, according to her, no. According to every police officer there, no, she never said it. According to Katie McLaughlin, who happens to be best friends with Caitlin Albert and lied about it while under oath, she says that she said that. So it depends who you believe. Personally, I believe all these police officers who didn't have it in their report. And just kind of common sense, like this woman, there's dash cam video. She never says anything about I hit him, and anything like that. So no, I don't believe she said
I noticed one thing about Adam Lally. I guess it was Yannetti today. He just kept saying, "Did you ever sit in a hot tub with so and so? Did you?" And he was just obviously bringing back the Katie McLaughlin testimony that she'd lied about. Yeah. And I caught it just listening casually that what he was doing, and he let 3 or 4 questions go down. Before he realized what was going on. He's really asleep at the switch. If you're in a courtroom and you're one of the lawyers, you gotta be alert.
Dude, he's the worst.
It's like being a
lawyer
cornerback,
ever.
or making a police stop or something,
It's interesting you caught on to that, Howie, because like when he was asking about the hot tub pictures, Julie Albert's like, "What? No, that's a weird question. Like, would you ever take a picture with the person in a hot tub?" Like Karen Reed, she's like, "No, because I'm not her friend." And it's like he's setting that up for Caitlin Albert. Like he's setting the stage that like only a friend would do that. So good for you for catching that.
Right. But the most I'm shocked at is Adam Lally.
Oh, I'm gonna get hit with a
catch what was going on. Right. Thanks, Turtle Boy. Talk to you later. Good job. I'm Howie Carr.
Hi.
All right. Hopefully I don't get dinged for playing that damn what's with that hippie music? Howie Carr, by the way. Yeah, people. So pretty crazy day. And I mean, we gotta wait through the weekend, folks. We gotta wait through the weekend. I'm gonna do my best to get some stuff lined up for you guys throughout the weekend. What I want to do, I definitely want to do a recap. I'm not going to do it tonight. Tonight's not happening. But I'll definitely keep your eye out for some recaps from the other channels that are mostly covering recaps. You going through recaps. I know Runkle of the Bailey. He's been doing a great job. I'm really enjoying his channel a lot. and of course, attorney Melanie Little, who's kind of giving you the play-by-play as she's live. But I would definitely, if you're watching this live and you're sticking with me live, I would absolutely recommend watching at least the replay. And if you don't have the time, high speed it, man. But because you're missing out if you're not catching attorney Melanie Little's her insight on this as a experienced trial attorney. What I'm gonna do, anyone want to go to the waterfall? Guys, it's been 8 hours, very eventful. I'm actually pretty tired, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up, man. Seriously. But hanging out with you guys today, so far, easily the most eventful day of this trial and hanging out with you guys. So I'm really grateful to you guys for hanging out with me today. But stay tuned because I'm gonna go live again. I'm sure tomorrow. I don't plan on doing a late night live, but you never know. You never know. I might do another live later on tonight. Who knows? But if I don't go live again tonight, I'll definitely find time tomorrow to go live. And again, I'm really, really grateful to you guys for joining me today. I know there's a lot of other channels that are covering it, and for you guys to watch and follow the trial here is an honor, to say the least. Seriously, considering the other great channels that are covering this too. But check those other channels out too, man. Seriously, get as much insight as you possibly can. That would be my recommendation. My recommendation is to get as much insight and as many different opinions on this as you possibly can, but make sure that you educate yourself on the facts of the case first. That is always going to be my recommendation. Always going to be my recommendation. But yeah, I've got some things brewing around in the old noodle as far as a members only live, and then I have a very special guest just in the conceptual phases right now. That's in the conceptual phase right now, and that's that guest, and that live stream is going to be coming in a couple of weeks. So that's something that you guys are not going to want to miss, especially if you guys are true crime fans. If you're followers of true crime, you're not going to want to miss this. So guys, thank you guys so much. If you haven't hit the like, please do so. It really helps me out, as well as please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. And I'm already overwhelmed with how many new subscribers I got today and just this past week. I'm super grateful. I just hit 27,000, I think, last night or today. And that is incredible. I'm still blown away by that. And so, yeah, and that's another one. Thank you, Monica, for reminding me of that. That defense attorney that Mike Crawford from Young Jerks has been having regularly on his channel, man. That is a good channel, man. That is a good collaboration there. I'm really enjoying that. So make sure to check out the Young Jerks, Mike Crawford, because he's doing fantastic. Again, there's a lot of different channels, man, to get a lot of different insight from. There's Sean on the Golf. His channel's great. He's doing great. So, and I even recommend checking out just to laugh at them, the idiots who are just sticking to their guns. I can't help it. I didn't even finish going over Pat Brown. I'm over it. I'm over it. So I mean, but you know, just for fun, why not? You know, check out Plevin. Like it's always so fun. So even if I don't even have anything to talk about, I will go over those channels. I will stream those channels and show you what these morons are saying, even after the fact, the blatantly obvious bullshit that we're witnessing in real time. It's so much fun to hear them try to justify the bullshit that's taking place on that stand. It's amazing. But yeah, and Clubber is dying to get out. So I am going to wrap this up, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the support. I love you guys very, very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.